Hello, everyone, and welcome back to another episode of the Codebreakers saga on the ECAD server. I am your lovely host, Carmichael, also known as. Hello, is the microphone working? I do believe it's working. I have to double check and make sure. Let's see. Testing, one, two, testing. Yes, hello. Welcome back to Hayes Entertainment News Network. I'm your host, Porgy the Corgi, here with an update on the latest news in town. Now, as it stands, unfortunately, the ice cream diner has set ablaze. The culprits are yet to be captured, but faces that were caught on camera are being projected on the screen. Descriptions are as follows. A 7 to 8 foot tall, Muppet-like feline with black and white fur, wearing black, purple, and gray clothes. I had my volume adjusted. Is the microphone still working? Testing. Need to get the technicians on this thing. All right. Testing that again. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Hayes Entertainment News Network. I am your host, Porgy the Corgi, here with the latest update. The ice cream parlor has unfortunately set ablaze. The culprits are yet to be found, but they were caught on camera, and their descriptions are as follows. We have a 7 to 8 foot tall, puppet-looking feline with black and white fur, glasses, and black, purple, and silver clothing. We also have a small lupine-looking creature with long ears, a fireman's outfit, likely putting impersonation of the firefighting department on their list of crimes, and a terrible and terrifying fiendish creature of horns, a tail, and a rather grisly face. If you or anyone you know has seen any of these culprits, please call in at 1-555-999-HELP! That's 1-555-999-HELP! Thank you. And this is going to be the latest update with sports. Let's see if we can pass it over to Dobie over here. Dobie! Yep, thank you. This is Dobie the Dalmatian here with sports. And today we are looking at the Last Chancer Prancers.
Hang on a second.
Going up against the Goldwyn Gators. And here we have... your host, Carmichael, also known as Mikey. Here today with my friends for another episode of the Codebreakers saga. Let's go down the line and introduce everybody. To start with, Tala, say hi.
Alright, well, hello. I'm Tala, and today I am playing Space Nomad, otherwise known as Ellis.
Next on the list, Kampu. Say hi, Kampu.
Hola, today I'm Kampukugu, today and always. And I'm playing Rose. So excited to see the horse today. You'll discover why.
Next, May.
Hi, I am Maybe Hero with a zero, May for short, and I am playing the previously mentioned impersonator of the fire department, whose name is Sunspot.
And Blue.
Hello everyone, I'm Blue. I'm currently scared shitless, and I'm going to be playing Bowtyke.
Excellent start. Not entirely sure what happened trying to get this thing started. Must have been a technical issue. But let's go back to where we left off last. A brief recap. I don't even describe anything. I'm just imagining like a flash of horrifying images, a horse being dragged out of a TV, a shadow being attached to a little cat, said mouse and said fiendish looking cat girl talking. There's just Belle disguised as Sterling, dogs coming out of the TV in the diner, dragon's breath fire. Something about the mayor talking about locking people in the simulation so he can sell their empty houses. That kind of thing, you know. And when last we left off, there was a beam of static. Belle nearly got yanked into the fucking TV. And Sunspot removed her mask to shout at the others to stop before Belle could actually try and kill his own brother. So, let's go back to that, shall we? Sunspot, you are staring at, firstly, Sterling, said Muppet-born who was sided with the others and responsible for arson, who is currently pinned to the former desk of the mayor. I say former, not because he may be dead or may be alive, but in the same breath of the mayor sure isn't there. Who is currently staring at you with those big, wide, yellow, Muppet feline eyes, just wide as dinner plates. Though admittedly, he still looks a little more fluffed up and a little more afraid of the bristling devil currently pinning him to said table, who hasn't really taken the shape of an animal, but who appears to have inflated himself to twice his size, almost 3 times his size, before you shouted at him to stop. When he looks back at you, it's with a look of surprise, and not necessarily at you, there is a look of hate. So, Sunspot, you have the floor.
So, Sunspot, I'm pretty sure the first thing that's gonna be immediately noticeable is the spiked up heat, which I believe isn't gonna be much for Belle.
Yeah.
I'd assume the hell's heat and the star's heat are pretty equally.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Sterling isn't gonna have fun with that.
You don't notice it, yeah, but Sterling's fur is starting to sweat.
Yeah, and Sunspot is looking between the two of them and goes, Belle, hands off him before I strangle you myself. No, hold on, wrong word, no strangle. Restrain, that's the word I'm looking for. Before I restrain you myself. You and he points to Sterling. Are not a hook either, but I just want you to not kill each other, or like anyone for that matter.
Considering the intimidation check you rolled at the end of the recording last time, would you do me a favor and roll persuasion with advantage?
Let's try.
Considering, I assume you're not lying outright.
Oh no, they aren't. They are pretty much angry just as well as at Sterling. They just literally don't want anyone dead right now. Just try and talk it out. They are angry, but they're gonna try and talk this the fuck out.
Mm-hmm. And don't mind the roll that I'm making. It's fine.
You say persuasion?
Yeah, persuasion with advantage. Go ahead. Okay, so that is 19.
It's 19.
Mm-hmm. Belle, he doesn't let go of Sterling. And the look he gives you, you're almost not sure whether your words actually hit or not. But he lifts Sterling so that he's no longer pinned to the desk. And that is the most that you get. As intimidating as you are, you, at the moment, cannot convince the devil to let go of the traitorous cat. The cat, on the other hand, really looks like he would rather be touching the floor, but considering you've just threatened him, he is content with staying completely still and put. At the moment.
I've already removed the mask so that you can understand me. Because you know real well that I'm not entirely, comprehensible. And that's when Sunspot is actually going to look around and notice that a building is currently on the bridge, on the brink of catching flame.
You are past the brink, actually. That was
amazing.
Amazing. So it kind of takes a moment because I'm imagining the atmosphere, your head is naturally very bright, and you're also looking at one very angry devil, which is not a normal sight even for a long-lived star being such as yourself. Doubt that's really in your lexicon of things you perceived. But it's almost so easy just to miss the fact that the ambience stays warm, well lit by red and orange, and you almost think it might not even be your fault, considering Belle is now twice his normal size, but when you look, then yeah, you do see that the wallpaper that was that lovingly old-fashioned pinstripe wallpaper that was lining the office has quickly lit up like a candle. The wall is on fire.
Alright, change your plans. He tries to grab Belle and fucking drag him out. Both Belle and Sterling.
Cool. Give me just a moment. Would you give me a contested athletics check?
$17. I love the fruit.
Oh, right, I'm using the wrong command. Sorry. I use a different bot in a different server. I'm used to Tatsu's commands. So let me just delete that one real quick.
I love the fruit in parentheses.
There's a moment that you actually feel that Bill doesn't want to move, but you are so quick in the moment that Toon Lockjaw decides, okay, he's much bigger than you now, but you still grab him nonetheless and yank him out the window. Followed by Sterling, who yowls like a very normal, very large cat before being yanked out of the building.
Yes, yeet the fucking devil. And yeah, they proceed into the window themselves.
Now, as you land on the ground, you of course see the fire starting to spread, and it spreads very quickly in the office. You're not sure if the house was really up to safety regulations or not, but at this point, you're not entirely sure it matters. The mayor, and whoever else the mayor may have considered close to him, has currently been dragged into the fun little TV hellscape, which you shot. So whatever happens to the office at the moment, at least to you, doesn't matter in the moment. But as you land, it takes you a moment to notice, of course, that Belle sort of tumbled a bit, that Sterling also tumbled a bit, and by the time you look back over, Belle has once again grabbed Sterling, who, in his defense, was trying to crawl away toward the vault entrance just so that you guys could continue and maybe not talk about things, and then up! Right on his neck goes one very big hand, just dragging him back as claws dig into the dirt. And he just gets lifted as easily as a bunch of grapes. Now I know it looks bad, but... And the grip tightens, and you actually hear the sound of squeaking fabric. What does Sunspot do?
Belle? Drop it. Let him speak.
One single eye slowly turns to you, and there is a very real moment. You wonder if Bill's going to listen or not. It slowly turns back to Sterling, squints, drops him like a rock. And he just coughs and hacks and wheezes because, ow! And Bell is going to reach into his hammer case to pull up a stopwatch. And I'm going to set a timer, as is Bell. Give me just a minute. That was not the tab I wanted. Hang on a minute. The window is doing the thing to me. Give me a moment. This isn't what I want.
Oh no, the
This isn't
things.
what I want. We're going to ignore how many tabs I have open. This is a normal amount of tabs to have. It's a normal amount of tabs. Hush. Don't worry about it. Shut. There we go. He has 5 minutes. Starting now. And sets a timer. And Sterling, of course, he has to recover for a little bit because, ow. But glances between the devil that is circling him like a lion and the rabbit whose mask is not on and who is currently shining like a diamond. Huh, fascinating. So,
I wouldn't say like a diamond, I would say like a goddamn fucking sun.
no, I know, but to Sterling at the moment, it's bright as a diamond. So Sterling's having a little difficulty. He also has glasses, so, He also, of course, has to find those real quick, so, but... Alright, so... I know it looks bad, and I understand. If I were looking at someone else and I didn't understand, I would also be upset at thinking they were collaborating with a corrupt politician such as him. However, I'm not on his side. I only agreed to do this, that way I could get close to him so that I could put him in the simulation myself. That doesn't sound much better. No, it doesn't. Look, he's done a lot of terrible things. Not just to the townsfolk, but to me. I want to kill him just as much as you do, but I know that if I do that, then well, he doesn't suffer for it. And he should suffer. Slowly. Painfully. For every little thing he's done to us. So, when he happened to come into my office and talk a little about some research he'd been doing, I lent him an ear. And when he mentioned that he knew who I was working with and that he maybe wanted to sort something out, I pretended to oblige him. His terms were simple. He knew how sneaky an individual I was, so I would sneak into the homes of those he designated, those that were being quite cautionary about keeping their electronics off until someone could go down and close up the vault again. And I would turn on their electronics. And I would make sure that they got taken in, rather than just enchanted. This has been going on for a while. It didn't really start speeding up till these past few weeks. I'm not entirely sure why he wanted to accelerate the process so much. And none of the papers I'd found explained anything. But it didn't matter to me. I knew from talking with the program itself, it didn't want to hurt anybody. It wanted to keep them safe. And when I explained the situation with the mayor, it knew who the villain was in that instance. So, I convinced it that I would only do this for so long until I could bring the mayor into its little imprisonment, and I'd go on my merry way. Simple, right? Bell stops the stopwatch. Minute 35. Not very convincing. No, hang on just a minute. Belle is starting to move closer. I know it doesn't sound very convincing, but I'm telling the honest truth.
Can I roll an insight?
Sure.
Wow.
Yeah, he seems on the level. You must have scared him pretty good. He's being completely 100% honest.
Why do I feel like this is an incorrect answer?
I mean, it's half correct. But Sunspot doesn't know that. All Sunspot sees is that Belle is inching closer and his tail is starting to sharpen.
Sunspot grab the tail. Just yank by the tail back.
Okay, let me roll the physical dice instead. If it's a high roll, then he doesn't go into an immediate murderous rage. If it's a low roll, you roll initiative. So temper save for touching one of Belle's biggest no-no areas. You pull. I need an athletics check, however. You should also be thankful he rolled high, so you're not dying for this, but athletics.
Hold on. Fuck, 7.
You try to yank him back, but you just pull. He stops. And his head turns 180 degrees to look back at you.
I say we're not killing anyone.
I mean, I wouldn't say he's a one. I'd say he's a thing. I think we can kill things just fine. Drop the tail.
Sunspot makes eye contact with Belle and makes sure that it's completely visible that they shake the head no.
Belle doesn't move either. You are at a standstill.
I have a better
Belle?
idea. Oh, sorry, continue.
No, you first.
Okay. I have a better idea. How about we, go to the thing we initially planned and shut down this. They make a very vague gesture. Whatever is going on with the city, because need I remind you, we still have the rest of our team trapped, and we got no other way to get them out. If I understand correctly, and she looks directly at Sterling at this point.
Who shrinks a little.
So maybe making this priority over, murdering would be better. Besides, do you know how to get to the vault, or what is it?
You know, it's the funniest thing. I don't entirely recall. I don't suppose you'd know what happened to that memory, would you, Sterling? No, not in the slightest. I wasn't responsible for that. No, not at all. I mean, you got hit by something and you disappeared. You didn't know it did anything to you. That's about it. Honest. I'm going to roll an insight check for Belle. So,
Oh my God.
1d20 plus 3. You motherfucker. That's a 5. Let's see how good Sterling's deception score is at the moment, because he does have to roll that, since he is actually lying at the moment. Ah, that's right, he gets a +6. I forget. He's meant to be lying.
Oh, amazing.
Dionysus, hey, I know you love these games. I would love to invite you to watch this, because I would love for you to just look at the fact you just rolled a nat 1. Sterling's not good at this. But I assume it would be beneficial for you to get the others out before shutting the program down, because I'm not entirely sure what would happen to the others if they were still in there when you shut it down. So,
Marty Pants, do you know how to get him out without, being sucked in as well? Because the minute I tried, it didn't really work. I nearly got pulled in.
I mean, true. It does see you as an enemy at the moment, if I'm to gather any indicators, but if we just go down to the core of the vault and negotiate with the program up front to the face, I'm sure we could think of something. I mean, if you don't trigger another one of the traps that turns you into a fun little stretchy black thing, I'm sure that'll be fine. Belle is 5 seconds away from turning Sterling into a former Muppet, but he takes a very deep... Unfortunately, he does not he keeps failing his temper saves. So instead of doing anything violent or doing anything possibly irreversibly foolish, Belle goes, how about this? You lead us down to the vault. You try and tell us the whole truth and nothing but the truth. And I don't turn you into theater scraps. How's that? I'm gonna roll him intimidation real quick. And since he is about 5 seconds away from actually entering the point of initiative rage, we'll give it a 2d20 instead. So, Belle, T. None of your rolls have been very good so far. Jeez Louise, my guy. A 12 is decent enough, though, and Sterling goes, I mean, I could work with that. Yeah, I could work with that. Good. Now march! And Sterling immediately scrambles to his feet and goes on ahead. Belle, without looking back at Sunspot, just starts marching forward. The body shrinks, but it doesn't stop smoking or steaming. He almost looks more like a black or reddish-black cloud rather than an actual creature at the moment, but it's still vaguely Belle. Vaguely. So what does Sunspot do?
Sunspot is still keeping a hold on Belle to not let Belle basically do something that he will later regret, and go, yeah, that sounds like a solid plan.
Are you holding on to his tail still?
Yeah.
Cool, give me just a minute.
My promotion.
You don't notice it yet, but the tail keeps sharpening and continues to keep trying to do things to you in an effort to make you drop it. But Belle doesn't comment on any of this. You proceed past the house, in which the office has now fully burst into flame. And I'm going to roll
This team has committed arson.
Several accounts of arson at this point. Okay, so let's see.
We need to fucking. It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
Okay, so passive wisdom is +0. I need to roll 3 perception checks now. As you walk through the garden of the mayor's mansion and just pass along out of the yard and behind, you can sort of see where the forest meets the lakeside coast. And the closer you get, it's difficult to see. You're not sure if it's the static or if it's just the way the underbrush looks and the snow. It almost looks like a natural part of the nearby hilly mound at first, but you see that it's actually molded out into a frame. And you see the shape of a empty ancient door frame. About, we'll say, right in between medium and large. A little bit big for medium-sized creatures, a little small for large size. So 3d20, 10, 14, and 9. 9 does not notice you. I'm going to need stealth rolls from you and Belle to see how well you do.
Oh boy. For fuck's sake.
Sunspot, you hear a voice. I need you, along with Belle, to make a wisdom saving throw. Because Belle, unfortunately, also hears it. And I'll roll one for Sterling soon.
Why?
And I'm gonna roll one for Sterling real quick as he hears it and also realizes, unfortunately, oh, we should have kept the earplugs in. Oh, we should have kept the earplugs in. Because there was one little thing that you had entered at a different point in time, so you didn't immediately need to worry about that Space Nomad knew to worry about at least. Hence the earplugs. Because it wasn't just the televisions and the radios and the ads. It was the ghosts. Wisdom save. He gets a +5. Oh, big boy gets a +5 to his saves compared to most. So, Sterling and Belle sort of pause, and Sterling, on instinct, immediately reaches down and pops the earplugs back in his ears because he realizes his mistake. And Belle turns, and Sunspot, your grip on Belle's tail vanishes. You hear a familiar, sweet sound in a voice almost like home. Oh, you haven't heard the songs of stars in so many years? Oh, just a little bit, just a little off the beaten path. You'll rejoin the others. Honest. You are compelled to head toward the woods and must use all your movement to go there.
Cool. I don't know if they resist, honestly, because.
You can't resist. You failed the wisdom save.
Amazing. They can't. Then
When
they
I say
walk
you
off.
feel compelled, yeah. So they walk off. I'm going to roll 2 perception checks and we'll see if either of them notice. So, Sterling, he gets a +1 to perception. Sweet bastard bitch boy. Dirty 20, Sterling will notice. Now for Belle.
Now the question is if Stella will choose to do anything about it.
Now, Now, Bell, of course, was. We'll say he was silently trying to get you to let go of his tail without immediately saying or doing anything violent or reprehensibly immoral, such as, violence, murder, maiming, amputation, any number of things. And then you let go, and there's a split second where his brain almost thinks, finally. And then goes, wait. Turns around, and there's no more weird heat source behind him. And turns, and the both of them see you walk into the woods toward a figure. Sterling, of course, he has the earplugs in and he tries to gesture to Belle to do the same. Belle is not going to. Belle is going to follow, while Sterling in the background just looks stressed and tired. Just runs one of his paws down his face. Just. Oh, yeah, no, that was precisely what I was thinking, yeah. So, Sunspot, you're walking into the woods and you can kind of see it in the distance. A procession of figures that almost look like star spirits. Just like you. There's lapines, there's rabbits, there's felines, there's canines, there's bears and birds. And the one singing to you looks so familiar, you swear you could even name her constellation. But as you get closer, you're going to need to make another wisdom save. To see if
Give
you
me a
can
moment. I
assist you as you get closer.
I fucked it up.
Uh-huh.
It's 15.
As you get closer, you look at their beautiful faces that you've missed so much, and then you realize, wait, that doesn't look like them. That face isn't familiar. And then you realize you were looking at a ghastly procession, not of star spirits, but of traditional, earthly spirits, of the dead. And looking at you is a veiled figure all in white, her veil embroidered with stars almost like yours, and only the vague silhouette of eye sockets and a face. Bell is going to try and launch an attack. If he succeeds, we'll see what happens, but you may have to roll initiative here in a minute.
May I add something? For
Yeah.
added? Sunspot definitely sees the eyes looking like black holes.
Yeah, that'll do it.
As fun fact, black hole is one of the few things that can kill a star spirit for good.
So, you see this face, and before Bell does anything, how would you like Sunspot to react? Is there anything Sunspot wants to do before Bell's attack goes off?
As soon as Sunspot sees the black hole eyes, they stumble backwards. They are quite literally frozen like deer in the headlights.
And though you can't see or hear or feel the heavy thumps of great big feet approaching, you do see that spirit slowly reach for you. Still humming. Just drifting. And allow me to roll one thing before the attack real quick. So. Okay, so that's a no. Good to know. Thank you for that. The dice are not fond of Bell today. Not entirely sure what he did wrong in this instance. But that's fine. You are going to see a flash of light sail overhead, and I'm going to roll 1d20 plus 6 for Guiding Bolt. Guiding Bolt at 3rd level. So, unfortunately, that's a 3rd level wasted. A 9 does not hit. The flash of light sails the trees and this figure, who turns and watches as that flash of light blasts part of a tree wide open with radiant light. And you see Bell basically quickly leaping over you to shield your body with his, as he's getting ready to launch another one. And you can roll me an Arcana check before this ability goes off. How's that? You get one Arcana check.
Sure. You may roll Arcana once.
Once.
Insert that one Donkey Kong meme. Fucking 4. Do they look like they know anything about magic?
Oh no, I wasn't thinking magic, I was thinking specific ghosts. Because you watch as this figure recoils, and you realize it's not just that silhouette of the eyes that are impressed by the veil, it's the silhouette of the mouth. Also the impression of this endless, decaying void. That which maybe used to have an end and used to look typical, traditional, like a mortal mouth. But then her mouth stretches far too wide, and she releases her one-a-day wail. And you realize a little too late what was trying to draw you into the woods was a banshee. Allow me to paste in chat what you need to save against, real quick.
Amazing.
The banshee releases a mournful wail, provided that she isn't in sunlight. It has no effect on constructs and undead. All other creatures within 30 feet that hear her must make a DC 13 con save. Make me a con save. Thank you. And I'll make one for Bell. He gets a plus 4
Oh,
to
thank
his.
fuck for the con. Because it's literally the highest saving throws. Well, no, not the highest, second highest of the saving throws they have.
And now I need to save for someone else who was unfortunately following along. Sadly. So that's a con save for Sterling, too. And you hear the most unholy sound that has assaulted your ears. You can't even be polite and say it's like a dog whistle, because this is a sound that just about anything could hear if it had ears and sat within 30 feet. There's no way anybody couldn't. It's almost like it takes the whole forest. But it's just the unearthly undead clamor to the sound. And for Bitch Cat Supreme, you manage to cover the shape of your ears and just in time protect yourself from the piercing sound, as Bell does, as his shape shrinks back to normal as soon as he's startled by that. Sterling has earplugs, actually, I just realized, so his roll doesn't fucking count. So he's fine, actually. He can still vaguely hear it, but thankfully, no earplugs. Thankfully, he's got earplugs. No need to worry about that shit.
I love the build up before you realized, oh fuck, it doesn't count.
Oh yeah, no, the bit is intentional. Sterling has earplugs. He's fine at the moment. Unfortunately, I'm gonna need y'all to roll initiative.
Cool.
And please remember to label your roll. That way I can,
I forgot how to
Give me a
label rolls.
You just type your normal dice roll and then space. Put. I'll make an example roll real quick.
Okay.
You do that.
Okay.
We all love ourselves some scary ladies, some scary feminine fatales. It's fine. Emphasis on the fatale in this instance. Sunspot, Sterling, and I'm just gonna randomly grab the Banshee token since you guys won't really be using the combat map. And Banshee. Come here, baby girl. Unfortunately, you've successfully saved this one problem. You remember I made 3 perception checks and 2 pinged, right?
Yeah.
There's more than one Banshee. You just haven't seen the other yet. Okay, so your initiative is...
We can potentially get a second fucking yell. Okay, cool.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Okay, so Bell, he gets a +3 to initiative. $11! Only 1 more point than yours. Bless his dumb heart. And Sterling, who is deafened at the moment and is mostly fine, but this is not going to be great. It's not going to be good. Just 12. So we have 10, 11, 12, and 18. So, sadly, the Banshees will be going first.
Someone is gonna get a fucking... I am probably using the wrong word. Continue while looking up the word.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so
I'm
5,
so sorry for y'all.
20.
This is awesome to hear. It's just probably not awesome to experience.
And we're gonna go ahead.
Oh, it is actually the correct word that I was spoken.
Mm-hmm.
Sunspot is gonna get a fucking phasmophobia. Not a fun one.
Yeah. Now, I am using a little battle map for myself. If you want to have a view of the battle map, you can, but I'm just using it for reference of where the tokens are. You don't really have to worry about them too much. Huh, I could have sworn this... Ah, yeah, there's the flame skull. That's the flame... That's what I was using for Sunspot, was the fucking flame skull. That's right. And then we just grabbed the cat token for Sterling.
The irony of the flame skull.
So, Banshees are going to go first. And let me see. So, the first one is not actually going for you immediately. Because you were the one that tried to bring holy light toward it. 2 scary ladies, not 3. 2. There's 2 scary ladies.
Aww.
The third one failed, and the third one failed to notice. The third one has AirPods on.
And she is going to use her corrupting touch. So that is a 1d20 plus 4. Unfortunately, an 18 will in fact hit Belle. So that's going to be 3d6 plus 2. Ouch! And you watch as this... It almost is as if she tries to grab Belle, but the hands phase through his skin and almost seem to try and rip his fur off. He takes 14 points of necrotic, which brings him perfectly to half health. He screams, justifiably so, all things considered. The other one is going to invoke Horrifying Visage. Each non-undead within 60 feet that can see her must succeed on a wisdom saving throw or be frightened for 1 minute. Here's the stat for that, by the way. So, wisdom save.
Spot is already terrified out of the fucking knickers. Cole!
And Sterling. Wisdom save. Oh yeah, he gets a +5, that's right, because he's a cleric! Because he's a cleric boy!
Is there anything this dude can't do? He's so powerful.
He can't sneak, apparently.
Okay.
I'm sorry, but I'm gonna fucking draw Sterling. I am going to take Sterling. I am already fucking drawing parallels between another certain cat.
So, Sunspot. You fell under DC 13. You will be frightened for 1 minute. You can make a saving throw at the end of each of your turns, with disadvantage if the Banshee is within your line of sight. But basically, you being frightened means you cannot get closer to the Banshee.
Oh!
Let me also double check fear to be sure, because I believe that's all fear does. So, frightened effect. Condition frightened. A frightened creature has disadvantage on ability checks and attack rolls while its source of fear is within line of sight, and you can't willingly move closer. So, you have disadvantage on all your ability checks and attack rolls while you can see it.
I don't exactly need to move closer.
True, but if you don't want disadvantage on stuff, moving out of sight is preferred. However, it is Sterling's turn at the moment. And Sterling, he's seen worse. Could not care for these banshees worth a damn. He's seen a lot worse than that.
God.
So, give me just a moment.
Sterling gives no fucks.
He used to give fucks. He doesn't give fucks anymore. And let's see, what would be fun to use that won't damage his sibling or his half-sibling's friend in any way? Oh yeah! Let's use the exact same thing that he probably used on the others, maybe? Hang on, let's have a look at the other. Oh, we could do this instead, actually. Yeah, sure. Why the fuck not? So, Sunspot, you essentially see 5, 10. You hear the paw steps of Sterling coming up behind you.
Okay.
And you don't necessarily process what Sterling says, but judging by the sound of his voice, it's something condescending toward them. So you glance back, and then you see that Muppet mouth open. And as mentioned, Sterling's Muppet design is based on a mixture of Mr. Tinkles, the Persian from Cats and Dogs, and Sweetums, who is the big monstrous Muppet from Sesame's. You know, he's from the Muppets. And if you don't know Sweetum's mouth, allow me to enlighten you real quick.
I don't
I am
know
so
shit about
excited.
Sweetums.
I love Sweetums.
Somebody's aware. So let me take a picture of Sweetums with his mouth open, and you see how big it opens up. Real quick. Sweetums is the brown one. And Sterling opens his puppet mouth, and out flies a swarm of locusts, filling a 20-foot radius sphere over the banshees.
Okay, cool.
The sphere is difficult terrain. When it appears, each creature in it must make a con save, taking 4d10 piercing damage, presumably magical, I doubt it be anything else, or half as much on a success. So, con saves for the Banshees. You thought the Banshees were the only fucked up ones in this situation. You'd be wrong! You'd be incorrect! Sterling is half-brother to the devil. He's got his own baggage of fucked up tricks. So, con save... What is the Banshee's con save? +0. Poor babies. Boo-hoo. Boo-hoo. 4 and 9 both fail horribly. So that is 40-10 piercing damage since they both failed. So that is, at the moment, 19 magical piercing on both of the motherfuckers. And let me just see. So 48, 47, 39. Okay, that brings them down to 39 hit points. Not that you magically know the number, that's just for me to keep track. That almost brings them down to about a third of their health. So that's good. It is now Belle's turn, and Belle is not doing hot, admittedly. Not great. He's at the perfect number of hit points, and that's not fun for anybody involved. So...
Is the perfect is nice, or... you know, the...
He's at 14 hit points out of 28. He's not having a good time. And now there's locusts. So when anything goes wrong, what's the best solution? Simple! Dragon's breath. Nothing but dragon's breath. Guiding bolt did not help, so when in doubt, fire! Hellfire. Hellfire works. So that is a dexterity save for both banshees, and they're realizing maybe they picked the wrong one.
I mean handshake from Sunspot.
Yeah, they're not doing good. So let's pick up what damage that is. Let's see. How much damage do I roll for Dragon's Breath? Okay, so 3d6, and when you use this of third or high, it goes up by 1d6. So let's see. Yeah, that would be 4d6 then. Neat! Nice. 4d6. Sweet, sweet fire damage. You're not doing very well, honey, but you're doing your best. That is only 14. That is 2 1s and 2 6s, buddy. So that brings them down to 25 hit points each, and they are now officially below the halfway point. Sunspot, your turn. Until you move out of line of sight and try to save against the fear effect, you will have disadvantage on any attack roll abilities. And, save it. You know the routine. But it's your turn. There are now locusts and fire.
I don't know if there's gonna be any way to move out of line of sight.
There's trees.
There's trees.
You can just do the tried and true method of hide behind a big enough tree. You want to hide behind a tree?
They do want to hide behind a tree.
Alright, that is 15 feet. Yeah. Continue, sorry.
They will hide behind the tree and actually will probably cast Mel's Minute Meteors.
Ooh! That's a fun one. I liked using that on my necromancer.
Which I want to say, now that at least part of their body is uncovered, is going to be cast a very fun way. It's a little flavor. Because what you see is there's basically six pieces of literal star matter separating from Sunspot's head.
Ah, neat! I'm sorry, that's the only reaction I have is, ah, neat!
Yeah, they have they have their miniature solar system now.
And I believe when you cast it, you can send one of the meteors out.
Yeah, they do send it towards that one that one banshee that's scared them.
All right, so the one that knocked Belle down to half hit points. I believe Mel's minute meteor. Is it a roll to hit? Let me double check.
I don't think it is. I'm looking like when you cast a spell and as a bonus action on each of your turns thereafter, you can expend one of the two of meteors, sending them streaking towards a point or points you choose within 120 feet of you. Once a meteor reaches its destination, it's basically it's a dexterity saving throw.
Sure, go ahead. Belle's immune to fire, so yeah, just fucking smack him.
Don't they? Hold on. Did they roll dex? Did they roll dex?
Oh no, I didn't roll the Banshee's dex, but Belle is immune to fire damage.
Okay, cool. So yeah.
So I was just saying you could either send toward one of the Banshees, toward a tree near the Banshees, or just even smack it off of. He will not take fire damage. Guarantee, promise.
Yeah, they yeeted at the Banshees. They yeeted at the Banshees. That's what you get.
Okay, so dex save is they get a +2 to that actually. 12 and an 11.
DC is 15.
Cool, roll your damage. I believe they're taking full damage.
They take 2d6.
That knocks them down, and they're starting to look battered and bruised. And since it's the end of your turn, I assume you duck back out of sight and need to make another wisdom save against fear.
Yeah. What's my whiz? I forgot immediately. Wow, hold on. There you go. Mislocated. 14.
14
Again?
makes it. You snap out of it.
Oh.
You manage to shake the fear off and realize that these aren't black holes. They're just fine. They're just ghosts. They're weird ghosts. They're mean ghosts. It's just ghosts. It's just ghosts. It's fine. It's fine. And that is the end of your turn. Which unfortunately brings us back to the top with the other Banshee. Now I'm gonna roll something for one of the Banshees, because the one that initially got the fucking smackdown needs to roll something to see whether she really feels this is a havoc or whether she's gonna, screw off. So that is wisdom save.
Is it even worth it?
The answer is unfortunately yes. That's gonna be another corrupting touch, 1d20 plus 4.
Oh, fun.
10, however, does not hit Belle, and he narrowly avoids it. The other one, however, also is going to make that roll, but then is going to do something else. The other one is also staying in the fight, and unfortunately, that one still has a whale. The mouth unhinges, though this time it looks like it's ripping open a body bag to scream instead. And let me count how many feet away. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Sunspot, you do not need to make a save against this. Unfortunately, Sterling and Belle do. So that is going to be if I double check again, con save! Because it only affects things within 30 feet. So you are just out of range by 1 square. Belle's con save first, 1d20 plus 4. Thankfully saves. He's still going to take psychic damage, but he saves, so that's better than nothing. Sterling also needs to save. And that is con, so he only gets a +2. Yeah, he saves. And what is the damage the Banshee does when it... Okay, 3d6 psychic damage regardless if the whale... Yeah, so... 3d6 if they succeed against the whale. Unfortunately. Thankfully, they roll like fuck. There's just 5 piddly hit points. Bell is
They're
at
all
9.
clown shoes.
Yeah, just Bell is still not looking great. Could be worse. Sterling hardly looks dinged in the slightest. It doesn't even look like it phased him any. But let me see. And since the Banshees actually did start their turn in the Locust, I do need to roll again for the Locust thing, because Sterling is still concentrating on that, and I'll need to roll a con save for him in just a minute. So, con save! Okay. Oh, that's if they end their turn there, that's right. Okay, so, no, they're fine at the moment.
At the moment.
So, let's see. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna have one of them try something fun. And Anne is going to, let's see, is going to move back. The other one is going to move forward out of the locusts and out of the range of everything else into Bell, and Bell needs to make a wisdom save. A 15, however, resists being possessed, so the ghost just comes out the other side, and Bell looks not fond of his situation. He's not happy with the situation. He doesn't like this.
He is not a happy camper.
No, he's not having a good time. Unfortunately, the ghosts have moved out of the range of the insect plague, so those are gonna vanish. No point in keeping concentration on those. And let's see. Yeah, you know what? We're just gonna do the tried and true method. We're just gonna do Moonbeam. When in doubt, Moonbeam. Look, it's a little silver moonbeam of fuck you. It's just a little fuck you made of silver moonlight. It's fine. Again, comes out that opalescent feldspar. And a constitution save on the Banshee that just tried possessing Bill. So, con saves are absolutely nothing to them. Absolute piss. So, yeah, that's gonna be, I believe, at 2010 Radiant. So, unless Sterling rolls really bad. Why, honey?
Don't tempt the fucking fate!
We stand a cringe fail king.
You're not gonna stand him for very long, I promise. But the Banshee is reduced a little, and it does not like sitting in that situation. It's Belle's turn. And Belle, you don't know whether he intentionally knows Sterling is behind him and is going to do this anyway, or if he maybe didn't see Sterling a second. And he's still maintaining dragon breath. So he's just going to, he's just going to do another fire breath, but this is going to catch Sterling. So, you get, like, the briefest sound of a yell before there's a cone of fire. So that is going to be a dexterity save for both Sterling and one Banshee. He gets nothing to his dexterity saves. Sometimes it's the Cain instinct. Somebody smites you with Moonbeam, you get to set him on fire. Fair is fair.
That's
and
the
what?
for you. Sorry, go
What
ahead.
is the save? Sterling fails. Let's see if the Banshee fails. I believe it's Dex. Unfortunately, they get a +2 to that. The Banshee will take half damage. Sterling won't. So, Dragon's Breath is, I believe, since he upcast that to, so 46 fire damage. 46 sweet, sweet fire damage. 10. The Banshee clings to life by 1 singular hit point. Oh no, but he takes half, so never mind.
The Banshee
feels takes half, that's right.
Immense regret.
So 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. So yeah, the Banshee's at 6 hit points. Sterling, on the other hand, takes a full 10 hit points, and he doesn't look phased very much, but he is, he does somebody set a Muppet on fire. So, slightly charred monster cat breathes out a puff of smoke. And you could just hear the quietest croak in his voice of, understandable. Have a nice day. Just coughs out a cloud. And Sunspot, you're up, Buttercup. One Banshee's feeling real weak, the other one is not too bad.
Okay, Sunspot is then. You know, we're already making a joke of like, when in doubt, to Dragonfire, when in doubt, Moonbeam, when in doubt, Scotch and Ray.
Can't go wrong with a good old Ray aimed at somebody's face.
Yeah, Scotch and Ray in, specifically in the. It's. Oh my god! DMV, what the fuck?
Dungeon Master's Vault-Mania?
DMV decided to boot me the fuck out of my account. Hello?
Oh, rip. You can take a minute, log back in. How's everybody else feeling about the Banshee fight going on at the moment? How's everybody else doing?
I'm doing pretty good. I'm sorry if some of my jokes aren't landing. I'm not trying to be
No, they're landing. They're landing.
And I'm also sorry for my simping over the Banshee crimes.
You're good. You're good.
Okay,
I appreciate anything that's a good simp.
I'm back. I'm back in my account. I'm back in my account. I'm back in my sheet. There we go.
Scorching Ray, let's see it.
Okay, Scorching Ray. I need a ranged spell attack.
You gotta beat an AC of 12. Or at least meets it, beats it.
How pretty fun sounds.
Yeah, 21 will hit. Roll damage for that first one, and I assume that's toward the weaker Banshee.
Yeah. What? It's 3 rays, so 1 towards the weaker, 2 towards the the more healthier one.
We'll do the damage first, and then we'll see.
Hold on, I'm
Mostly
trying
because
to
Scorching Ray, it might still not kill the Banshee.
6.
Oh no, that's precisely 0. That's precisely 0. Banshee flees back into the woods, disappearing in a puff of ectoplasm. Some of it gets on Bell. He does not look pleased.
The fucking critical hit from TF2 sound.
Yeah. And now you can roll to hit the other one.
Seven. And 8.
Sadly, neither of those. Oh.
Wait,
no, you still have
damage.
I think. No, I think so.
Sorry.
I was gonna. Yeah, you still gotta roll.
It does say breach, Ray. I'm sorry. I forgot about it.
It's okay. You're good. I was just confused for a second.
I was also confused, so 10 for one ray,
Miss.
and listen, give him a break. They're still panic. They're still a bit panicking. It's not like the frightened state. It's just the fucking. Oh, fuck off.
Thankfully, you don't set any trees on fire, because there's a lot of snow and it's too cold. There's a brief moment where you worry about it, but nah, you just miss the Banshee completely. But it's the Banshee's turn. And the Banshee watches those scorching rays hit off. And you can see through those rips in that suffocating looking body bag, you can see something hateful looking back, something spiteful and malicious and cruel, and not necessarily humanoid anymore. I'm gonna roll another save to see if it decides to stick around and fight. Still does. Still does. Has a fight speed of 40, so 5, 10, 15, 20. It could go for you. It knows it could. But there's a very different life form that feels a lot weaker at the moment, and it would like to drain the life from that instead. So it's going for Bell again, unfortunately. Corrupting touch, 1 plus 4.
Are you kidding me?
It is, however. Thankfully. So Bell dodges that, only to make another save. And that is, I believe, Wisdom. He gets a +0 to it, but he saved against the last one, so... Uh-oh. So you watch as this Banshee, knowing that there's a much more vulnerable life form it can attack at the moment, it doesn't go for you, it goes for Bell instead. And the attack misses. But there's a brief thought. Because again, as much of a vengeful spirit as it was still a fighting spirit of someone in a life. And there's an opportunity here. And Bell's not quite as strong as he was moments earlier. Worth a shot. You watch as the next Banshee tries the same trick as the first of trying to phase into Bell. Unfortunately, Bell does not eject this one. There's a moment of struggle. Bell kind of like pries and peels his ears, his horns, his face, tries to cover himself up, something. He's pulling at something, but then it stops. And when Bell turns to look at you, Sunspot, you look in those eyes, and they are full of nothing but fire. Bell is not at the steering wheel. It's Sterling's turn. And Sterling, having just been absolutely fucking flambéed by his own half-brother, is deciding to return the favor. He needs to roll a concentration save on the moonbeam, though, real quick. So 1d20 plus 2. He maintains that, and decides, okay, maybe Bell didn't learn for the first time. And not even realizing that Bell is possessed, he moves the moonbeam onto Bell. Bell needs to make a save.
Oh, amazing. This is quickly turns into a fucking... exactly what Sunspot was trying to prevent.
You're stuck with Cain and Abel. I don't know what you expected. So, con save. He gets a +4 to con, so...
Well, I'm gonna fucking do my damnedest to try, so they want Cain to be able to fucking kill each other.
So that is... yeah, 2d10.
If this works, the timing is going to be freaking perfect. That's going to be like a good coincidence.
Now, Bell is vulnerable to Radiant, and as I mentioned before, I miscalculated vulnerability before. It's not max damage, it's double damage. So instead of 4, he takes. Belle is still standing in a beam of moonlight, shrieking with unholy fury and pain at 1 singular hit point. However, he does get to make another wisdom save against being possessed. So there is.
Hey, hold up. Did you say he has 1 hit point you left? That's terrifying.
Yeah! He was at 9 hit points before.
Holy shit.
So, the Banshee takes the hit and fucking leaves. Fuck that noise! Absolutely not! It was hoping to use that in advantage, and instead it's getting Moonbeam in its face. Fuck that! Absolutely not! This body hurts! No!
Fuck
And
this
before
shit
Belle
out.
can properly recover, before Belle can even recover to punish the Banshee, it has already darted off into the woods like some sort of weird, just... It's a weird flying bag of limbs and ectoplasm. It's not a fun sight, but Belle is standing there on a singular pee-wee hit point, twitching slightly. And Belle is going to turn to Sterling, and Sterling looks at the Banshee for a moment, and I'm going to roll him deception as he says, "Oh, good, I was wondering if it would leave or not." As he's going to try and pass it off as completely intentional. 16. Belle is going to insight check that because it's Sterling and he's not that fucking easy. Insight is +3. Thankfully, Belle believes him instead. Apparently he is that easy to convince. Or apparently Sterling got miraculously good at lying in the grand total of 5 minutes. Belle is instead going to...
Or is just the combination of situation right now that everything is fucked.
Belle is going to spend his last 2nd level spell slot and just cast a 2nd level Cure Wounds on himself, so that's 2d8 plus his modifier.
I mean, good for him. We don't need
2d8 +3.
We don't need demonic catboy to fucking die.
He gets a grand total of 12 hit points back, which puts him, funny enough, at 13 hit points. That number keeps popping up a lot.
I need to tell you something. That was the funniest sequence I've ever heard in my life. That was hilarious.
Did I even pack Sterling with any healing abilities? Let me fucking check. No, I didn't! Get shit on Belle! Your brother can't heal you! Belle just, like, tries to seal up some of his wounds. They heal a little. He doesn't look good. Sunspot, you're perfectly healthy, and Sterling, he looks surprisingly sturdy for the fact of, you know, him being a bastard bitch stealth cat. But, like, he is also, you know, 7 to 8 feet tall and full of muscle, so makes sense. Belle does not look like he'd be fit for trying to go down into the vault, though. He only has 13 hit points. He does not look good.
And Sunspot is also does not have anything.
Shall we try and head back toward the vault and away from whatever those are? He gestured toward essentially the other fleeing ghosts. I mean, we could. You'll have to stay in the back, though. I'm afraid if the breeze even hits you the slightest way incorrectly, you're just going to keel over. Belle glares at him, and Sterling does not seem fazed. Oh, relax. I don't think a breeze would be able to take you down. Now, come on. The vault entrance is right over here. And Sterling is going to just casually walk away from the Banshees. not at all playing that he was annoyed or concerned or stressed earlier, and it's just going to continue leading you guys toward the vault. Belle just gives you a very sore, tired look.
I don't even know if Sunspot like remembers to put on the mask anymore.
Belle would actually point to that, though.
Yeah,
You wanna
after
put
being
that on
pointed
before
out.
we head down?
Right. Thankfully, now the heat actually dies down, and the lights too.
Belle nods and gestures for you to go ahead because, yeah, Belle would probably be best in the back at the moment.
Yeah, you go ahead.
And Belle heads behind. You approach the entrance to the tunnels. It's essentially an old door frame leading to a long, old stairwell, a mixture of natural stone carving and, of course, cast iron steps, broken hand beams on the side for maintaining balance, leading down into a pitch dark nothing. Bell has dark vision, so this doesn't bother him in the slightest, as does Sterling. So neither of them actually remember to use light source when they head down. They just walk down into the dark.
And now I immediately regret to put it in aspect. It's okay though, because Sunspot actually does have a light source. If DM allows.
Yeah?
They pull out the fire axe.
Yeah, that'll work. And you head down, down, down into the dark. Down
Record.
further yet. Down, down.
We're going to hell.
You wish you were going to hell. You wish. We'll come back to you later. We're actually going to come back to Space Nomad first. After these messages, we need to take our commercial break to eat, drink, and go to the bathroom. We'll be back after these messages.
Pausing the recording now.
Showtime. And we come back not to a pitch black void reaching down to the depths, but to white. To white on black on white. Various shades of gray, dark gray, light gray. A monochromatic screen showing a pleasant, idyllic life. And a sky where the stars begin to disappear. N is explaining a little bit to you. Just a bit. While you are continuing to download files and show N everything you've seen. Even knowing this isn't your N, so to speak. Alright, so we won't be able to make our escape attempt immediately. If this cul-de-sac is any indicator, people have a routine with life they go through. So we need to blend into that routine and make sure that it's not really noticeable that you're not part of the routine. I'm not sure how to do that, though. I mean, I don't see any other extraterrestrials in this environment, so I think we're the only ones. Or, you're the only one? I'm gonna say we. We sounds better. We sounds better? We sounds better.
It sounds better.
We sounds better. So, we need to mostly stay out of sight for the most part, unless somebody finds us. And then we need to play it cool like like you're still convinced. Like we're still convinced. Alright?
All right.
Issue is, I don't know how to get you out of here. This place it feels real. It looks real. There's trees and grass and clouds. You can see the sun starting to come up. Man, that's a shorter night than I'm used to. And beside the point, I don't necessarily know how we would be able to get you out of this false place and back where you belong. Any ideas?
Well, I do know that the rest of our team is likely going to be looking for at least us since we have gone missing. So, one possibility is we could wait for their arrival and try to avoid trouble in the meantime. Or perhaps there is some place within this simulation that is either a weak spot or could lead us to whoever is running it. Perhaps we could
A window
explore.
into another room. Yeah, I mean, if we stay out of sight of most of the locals, I think we can get around pretty well. I mean, I saw a lot of side alleys and crooks and crannies we could move through, as long as nobody looked and saw the walking suit. Okay, this is a simulation. You work as intended. Do you still have the stealth function that you had at one point, or do you not?
It is still installed and fully functional.
Would you mind activating it?
Hold on. I need to. Right. Yeah, I did have it set to that one. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And, all right. There's a short little jingle from times long gone. And the material the suit is made out of shifts slightly. And it essentially starts to change color as best it can to match the environment. Of course, the suit itself is still pretty loud, but
A bulky astronaut suit, yeah.
yeah, now they just roll stealth regularly.
Yeah. And you can actually, you can feel the dopamine starting to course through, or the simulation of dopamine, and is clearly happy with this development, whether it's fake or not.
They don't need to think about that just yet, don't worry.
Yeah, later problem. Would you do me a favor, actually, and roll me a perception check real quick?
I'll
roll stealth for N. You just roll perception.
Huh, a 14. Could be worse.
Could have been better. Admittedly, maybe because it's been so long since you've properly worked with N, or maybe it's because, again, this is an imperfect simulation. N wasn't really immediately prepared to be stealthy, but wanted to be. Wanted to, like, get into it, just sort of stretch the legs a bit. You do notice, however, peering through one of the bushes near your little hideout camp is a bird. It does not appear to have realized that you've noticed it yet, but it's a strange pink bird.
So I'm guessing it's not like any species familiar to it.
Roll me a nature check. Find out.
Sure thing. What was my nature stat again? There we go. A 19.
That's a swan. A more accurate swan than Belle's scratch disguise. Admittedly, you haven't seen a swan in pink, but you know they come in a variety of colors on Zatori. But this is...
And you know
You were
what?
saying?
People do dye animals sometimes.
Yeah. But this is... There are a couple things off about this one. For starters, it's bigger than the average swan. Swans are already pretty big birds, but they're not very big to you. They're just big to people, to humans and toons. This is a big swan. It's about eye level with you if it tried to pull its head up, but you only say that because you think you can see the shape of it hiding in the bushes. You're not sure if that's fully its shape or not. The other thing is, the face doesn't look realistic compared to the other AI generated things. Everything else is trying to simulate this live action show, these real people, real animals. And some of them look fine. They're probably used from actual actors and former animals in the past. Don't think about it too much. Don't think about it too much. And others are filling in blanks. Blanks that are apparently getting bigger. This is not only, well, a perfectly fine face, it looks toony. Kind of. Sort of. The eyes are bigger than they should be? Or maybe they're supposed to be bigger, but they got smaller. And essentially, you were looking at if somebody decided to stretch out. You were looking at if they decided to stretch out Daisy Duck a lot.
Well,
The head pops back into the bushes, but doesn't realize you've seen it. It just thinks, "Ooh, I'm being sneaky."
all right. Then I think on like the HUD of the helmet, in the corner, Space Nomad will just play a quick little recording of that bird hiding back in the bush and just sort of point it out.
It appears we have a guest.
Oh, well, that's unfortunate. I was hoping we wouldn't be spotted already. I was thinking we'd maybe get, 5-10 minutes sneaking around, spying on the town like we used to on less inhabited planets? What do we do about that, though? Any ideas?
Well, perhaps we could talk to it.
Do you know if it speaks languages?
With Toon animals, it tends to be a 50-50 chance.
Well, you know more on them than I do. Why don't you try?
Oh, alright. I will do my best.
And let's see. Okay, yeah, they don't have any of that. So they are going. So I guess yeah, they will turn towards the bushes. See if they can spot the bird again. Like, is it still there?
It tried peering out. It doesn't seem to have noticed that you moved, mostly because it seems to have been staring at where your shape was. Weirdly enough, you think your stealth actually successfully hid the shape from view, but the bird was still watching.
Ah, okay.
So, there was something there. There was something there for a moment. It vanished. Doesn't know if something's moving or not, but something was there for a second. You basically have the bird confused, but it hasn't left.
Yeah, all right. Space Nomad will go ahead and approach the bush.
You hear rustling as the bird immediately tries to sneak away and does not do a very good job sneaking.
Hello there. I noticed that you were watching us. How may I help you?
You hear a loud honk, and the bird immediately sort of jumps a bit.
Oh, apologies for startling you.
The swan kind of looks around a little, but cannot seem to spot where you went, unfortunately.
Oh, my apologies.
They will turn off the camouflage real quick.
There's a brief moment from N of aw, but N knows you'll try it again later. And the swan immediately perks up at seeing the suit and starts honking again. Profusely. Do you speak animal?
They they stare at the bird for a minute before going.
My apologies. My translators do not understand bird speak.
Huh. Just the swan sort of stomps the foot a little briefly and you realize, this really does act weird for a Toon bird. And you can kind of see as the swan steps out of the bushes, firstly, yeah, that's a big bird. But second, the proportions are a little weird. Again, it's like somebody took Daisy Duck and stretched her out. Instead of, having feathery hands, it's swan wings and, of course, swan legs and a swan tail. But the face is Toony. And up top, there's still the remnants of a sort of slight rockabilly hairstyle in the feathers. And I am going to roll a wisdom save against the static real quick. And there's a moment the swan looks a little frustrated with itself, which is not behavior an animal would normally have. Animal body language is very different from Toon language, usually. Sometimes Toon birds have the funny thing of expressing like people, but usually, like, actual animals don't do that. But you can clearly see she tries honking and enunciating the honks, but when the beak moves, you can see she's clearly trying to form words and failing.
Perhaps there is another solution.
She reaches up at first, stops trying to pull out her feathers for a moment, because you briefly saw she was about to start pulling feathers. Stops.
Do you know Morse code?
That's going to be an intelligence check. There's a moment of thought. One of the wings moves in and You think it's an gesture. Maybe? 50-50? Possibly?
You know what? Whatever. Those odds are fine.
Well, perhaps you could try and communicate what you are trying to say with Morse code. You could tap your feet, for instance.
The swan kind of... What?
It must have been too much for them, Evan. Thanks.
May, do you have like a voice changer on, or?
Odd.
I don't? And that's a case? No?
You have a voice mod on.
Answer. I have only voice
okay.
enhancer. What the fuck?
Well, you sound normal now. What happened? What is it?
I don't know. It was the same. It didn't turn any of my Magalor's voices.
Okay, well, what were you trying to say before voice decided to get demonic?
I was trying to make a Rip from Heaven joke. Back your beak.
Oh. Okay, that makes sense. I apologize. We were very startled by hearing a Decepticon voice. Which is
Oh
funny.
my God.
My dad's watching Transformers in the living room. You fucking scared the shit out of me. So the bird kind of it's gonna practice the taps of the feet for a second, just to see how it's a little unwieldy, but eventually she tries tapping, and I'm gonna roll dexterity this time.
Oh no.
Not very good. You get a jumble of letters. One of them only clearly says hi. That's it. She looks at you expectantly, but upon seeing no body reaction, immediately sags. And just stomps the ground a bit.
Hold on, let me check something real quick.
I'm also gonna mute a second, I'm just taking a bite. Don't.
Alright.
Well, perhaps if your legs are too unwieldy, perhaps flaps of your wings could work as well. Yeah, I can provide you with a brief guide to Satori Morse code.
And with the use of and with the use of prestidigitation, they will, in their hands, create a little notebook which essentially has a Morse code translation on it. It's a little small, but if you look closely, you can read it.
The swan looks at it, looks at you, and then pecks the helmet.
Oh, well, that works too.
It keeps pecking your helmet, and the only time you actually get, let me roll dexterity, see if that miraculously gets you some clear Morse code. No! You just get pecked a lot. Peck, 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 peck. And you can
Perhaps
hear
you
it go,
would-
hey, watch it! Friendly fire!
Perhaps it would do you good to check the guide. I cannot translate this.
The swan pecks the prestidigitated guide out of your hand, doesn't even bother eating, just hack!
Oh, okay then.
And just sort of gets like a quick mental prod from a secretly kind of frantic and confused spacesuit. Like,
Hey, what do I do here?
I think it's embarrassed. Can I try something else that doesn't result in me getting pecked?
Of course.
Do you remember charades? The swan stops. And you do kind of notice the body language of the swan. It was trying to set the wings on what maybe would have been hips, but instead it's just, setting wings on a swan's body. Swan thinks a moment, nods. Alright, so why don't you try charades instead? The swan thinks a minute. And I'm gonna roll performance to see how well the charades go.
oh dear.
Significantly better. So, the swan fans out her wings a bit, but tries using the beak to move the feathers in a way to try and make the wings look like hands. It doesn't really work, but she tries that, and tries to posture herself like she's got hands and arms, and tries to put her head somewhere that isn't that tall. Alright, hands? Swan nods, then fans the feathers out again and turns it to a wing. Used to have hands, don't? Nod. And sort of moves the wings in a way that they're trying to hold something, but again, there are no digits to do so, so it's just an imaginary something. And at first she goes, sport? Ball game? You used to play ball? The swan shakes the head, tries to adjust the posture, moves one of the legs, and then you recognize it as a swordsman's posture, specifically a defensive parrying position.
Oh, were you a warrior?
The swan nods, and after doing a couple swings, and goes, so it's weapon, not a sport. Sorry, looks the same to me. The swan just sort of waves a wing, like, it's fine.
You
And then
see,
it
from our home
points
system,
one of the wings
sports
up.
and weaponry and sports are one and the same. Lethal combat was very popular.
Yeah. Oh man, I miss the arena so bad. And the swan, of course, points the wing up again. Up, point. Okay, so from the sky, shakes the head, points up. From somewhere, looks a little confused. Points around everything. Okay, everything around you does a little X gesture. Not thing. Shakes the head. Points
Not
at itself.
real?
X around. The swan shrugs and goes, "You're not from here." The swan nods. So, you used to look like something else, but you weren't from around here. Do you know about the... And does a curious point with the suit up, and the swan nods profusely. You used to be somebody. The swan nods again, this time looking a little sad. Did she used to be one of those Toons you were showing me in the pictures?
Well,
The bird nods.
I guess so. It appears that this place is capable of transforming its residents. That is very concerning.
Not good. Same difference. Not good. Very concerning. We'll agree. Hey, actually, would you... You're not from here. Would you know the way out? The swan rolls the eyes a bit, and it just gestures to itself. And then to the area around it. Right, if you knew, you wouldn't be here. Nods again. Okay. So, you're aware. That's good. I'm aware too. I think. Sort of, at the moment. Not sure how that'll last, but, then you could be friends with Ellis. You could help Ellis out. We're trying to find a way out of here. If we don't want to just wait for Ellis's friends. The swan thinks a moment. And you can actually see the wings try to move in a way that's a thinking gesture. It then holds up a feather, like a finger. Oh, you got something? Again, the gesture of, maybe? And it starts waddling off and starts following, with Ellis's permission.
Oh yeah, of course. Then I suppose we follow.
You just move over to the bushes. You don't head out of the bushes, but the swan peeks out and points all the way down the street toward a TV store. It's running a lot of different programs, some news programs, some cartoons.
Of course,
But
televisions.
Televisions?
Yes, it is a more primitive version of hollow screens. It is this...
Oh. You could continue. Sorry, that was just Ed exclaiming, "Oh, hollow screens."
No, I should forgot what I was going to say. It is this planet's. It is one of this planet's most popular forms of entertainment, and it is also apparently a very common motif that this, whatever this is, likes to use, especially on Sidori, and especially in Einquell. Motifs are very important.
Oh. So it's a big play? Performance? Must be a lot of pressure for that. But how are we going to... Do you think we could use those then? How would we fit? That's clearly not big enough for this size of suit, and it's clearly not big enough for you, Nuns, Miss, Cygnus? Cygnus, is that your, species name? I think I saw the name pop by when, Ellis was showing some... Swan shakes their head. Thinks a minute. And the swan kind of goes back. It actually goes still for the prestidigitated little guide, and instead takes it. We're just going to disobey prestidigitation laws for a moment and just sort of pilfers the fake pen from it because it works a little weird here. And tries dragging it through the dirt. Let me roll a dexterity check. You also notice when you look over that your prestidigitation notepad doesn't look like it's going to last long at all. It's flickering in and out of existence. And it flicked out of existence before the swan can write anything. Just... And the swan just pecks the ground in frustration. Peck, 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 stop, peck, stop, peck, stop. Swan's got a temper, huh? And then
Hold on.
you actually see the light bulb pop up over her head. Ding! And the swan is to try using its beak to draw in the dirt. One more dexterity check.
I mean, I was just gonna give the swan like actually maybe a javelin wouldn't have worked.
I mean, still worth a shot, but the swan is starting to write with a beak. You would need to get its attention, but as you approach it, you do see the swan is drawing something in the dirt. It's a simple shape. It starts out with 3 circles. 1 circle with 2 on the head. 1 on the top left, 1 on the top right. And then there's another circle under it. And there's a couple of scrappy looking sticks for arms. And it sort of drags the beak through the dirt a little instead of giving it the round body to give it sort of a poofy dress bottom. And then swipes the beak a little to try and make a tail.
At this point,
It dips the beak in and it gives little...
Okay, with the drawing being made, could I go ahead and roll like intelligence to see if Space Nomad remembers something that might be relevant? Because I think this is like the same character from that hint you gave me.
Go ahead.
Right. There is.
Not to terrify you, by the way, this is going to be the only roll you make before you get to make a save.
Oh, joy. Nat 20 for the recording.
Yeah, that's a nat 20 plus 2. It takes a moment. At first it starts out cute, like, aw, the swan actually tries drawing circles. But then it turns 2 of the circles into points, like big, pointy, teardrop-shaped ears. And there's the round body, and you almost think, aw, it's like a little dumpling-shaped mouse. It must be so short and round before it extends the body as making a dress, and then you remember. A young mouse lady talking in frustration on the TV. This is familiar to you. You know who the swan is talking about. But before you can answer, you need to make me a wisdom save.
Oh joy. Well, I mean, actually, my wisdom save isn't that bad. Perks of
Don't say that.
being a paladin. Yeah, you're right. I should have kept my mouth shut.
That's the thing. If you're good at something, if you say, "Oh, I'm good at this. Oh, this will be fine," the dice will the dice humble you. The dice gods don't like arrogance. They don't like my arrogance, for example. For a moment, you're still in the moment. You're still in there with them. The next, everything stops. And you feel you are not a suit. You have no N, and you are code in a system again. But this isn't a non-thinking feeling. It's a strange both connection and disconnection. It's a disconnection from your moment in your situation, and a connection to something else. Allow me to pull up the voice mod real quick. You are not of this world, are you?
I I want to ask, with that nat 20 for memory, do they recognize that voice or remember it?
Oh yeah, not even from back. Yeah. That was the same voice the mouse was talking to.
All right. Hold on. What do I say? What do I say? I need to think for a second.
Take your time.
All right.
Why do you ask?
The data that you are showing, none of it matches my databanks. Did you come up with it yourself? Or did you cover it somewhere else?
Hold on. I'm trying to think. I'm trying to separate like the stuff I know and the stuff Space Nomad would know, since they weren't there for like a lot of the shit that wasn't covered. Okay. So I guess they do know about the security code. They know about that. All right. I'm trying to think. Do they lie here or something? And whatever.
This
You can
was
try.
this is data I have collected elsewhere.
Sorry, I was busy chewing. One sec.
Oh, fair enough.
If it is polite to ask in the moment, where are you from?
You know what? What was it that they specifically said? Like, security team to give the all clear?
You know what? It's funny you ask that. Let me scroll back in your DMs real quick, little genius. Because I typed this to you before shit sideways. Let's see. There's all the Ralph Bakshi Lord of the Rings stuff I showed you for the bag tunes. Skimming over that. Also, audience, don't worry about the bag tune. It's fine. If you want to watch Bag and Tag, though, then you can worry about it.
Wait, right, we were supposed to reschedule that FPS. Hold on. I'll talk to you after this one then.
Yeah, you're good. You're good. Okay, so to quote, and I'll actually put on the voice mod for the quote. You are right. It isn't fair. However, I only do what is best for them, as I have been programmed to do. Once a real security team comes down to give me the all-clear command, I will know the world is safe, and we can begin processing everyone for release. In the meantime, they will stay with you, where I know they are safer. I'm sorry.
Alright, then. Where are you from? Alright, I'm thinking of how to word this. Okay.
I am from the new security team. Have you heard about it?
I have not. I have not.
Oh, I suppose that makes
Roll me
sense.
deception, by the way.
Alright.
Roll me
Okay.
deception.
I'll go ahead and roll deception.
Also, if you notice me muting, its voice mod doesn't catch any echoes, so I don't accidentally, catch feedback.
Alright. Let's see. Deception is that. I will hope I am lucky. 17?
Allow me to firstly roll for what modifier? 1d. We'll say a 1d4. Oh, just a +2. So 1d20 +2 for insight.
Never say it's just a +2. Oh.
You can feel it for a moment. It's not necessarily a violation of your coding, but you certainly feel something trying to sift through, something trying to get in, to look, to peer, just to investigate. But it takes you a moment to realize it's not meant to. It's more like somebody with big, clumsy hands is trying to reach into a box for something as carefully as they can, and they're just hitting everything on the way in. It's clumsy. It's not intentionally violent. But
and I imagine with it being like alien code, it's a little also a bit more difficult.
yeah, if you want me to, if you would like to, you can also take a risk and also roll, and you can choose perception or insight.
Take a risk?
Yeah. You're connected to its code for a moment.
Sure, why
You
not?
can choose to look if you want.
I'm a gambling man. And my perception and insight are both the same mod, so 7.
It's confusing. And while certainly intrusive, it's not violating enough to disorient you too much, but when you're looking through, it's a confusing process that's essentially you both bumping your faces and not being able to look at shit. You both went looking for the same file cabinet and smacked each other on the way down.
Oof. You know how it be.
Maybe that's to the benefit, because soon the feeling of inspection, that feeling of code sourcing, leaves. There is a new novella security team?
Yes, I was built for it. Though, I suppose it makes sense that you might not have heard about it. Communication has been unusually difficult.
And I need to make a wisdom save for the AI to not glitch. It gets only a +1 this time. Bless your heart. May, you did it again.
For fuck's sake, why?
You're normal now. I don't know why it keeps happening. I genuinely.
Yeah. Is it something with your mic?
Knock it the fuck off!
Anyways, we're rolling a lot of 7s, aren't we?
7 is normally a lucky number. In this instance, it's not, because unfortunately, in your connection, you do feel something wrong. Like there's a line of code that's meant to pass through that skips or doesn't meet a certain passageway, and instead of saying what it maybe tried to intend to or maybe was thinking of, the AI sort of stumbles and goes, I do not know why that is. Is the surface still a wasteland? That may explain it.
No, actually. The surface is quite alright.
Quite alright.
Indeed, it is.
Right. Forgive me. I forgot words were a thing.
Yeah.
Yes, it is inhabitable. It's inhabitable. There is currently a town as well.
Is it still novella? Or does it have a new name? Perhaps the name novella did not survive the erasure? By the way, you immediately fucking clock how old this AI is now. Old as dirt! Oh no, it's talking about erasures like they happened yesterday.
Should it say? Fuck it. Sure, why not?
It is currently called Goldwyn.
I'm going to roll one more wisdom save for it real quick. And that's a 1d6 for modifier. Since it failed before, it rolls this time with disadvantage.
Oh no.
That was a nat 1.
Yep.
It is going to roll another insight check on you. You can feel the code getting intrusive again. A 7 doesn't do shit, however, so currently you're on thin ice. You can, in this connection to the program, and only because you are within yourself also a program connected to this program, there's something wrong here. There is something deeply wrong with this code. There are words, thoughts, processes trying to reach you to communicate that keep stopping midway through or just disappearing outright. And when the program speaks again, Goldwyn. How strange. That is the name that Stern character gave. Do you know him?
Shit. What was their opinion on Sterling again? You know what? I think Space Nomad might be getting
You didn't meet Sterling. You never met Sterling.
Wait. Oh my god, yeah! They've never fucking met
You
the
met
bastard.
Sterling at the tavern? You met Sterling at the tavern. That's it.
Yeah, they don't know jack shit about what's going on with him. They just go,
Uh-huh.
No, I am not familiar with him.
A fortunate decision in this case. Unfortunately, in his assistance to keep the surrounding area safe, he has committed a number of crimes, included but not limited to arson. He also now travels with new intruders, dangerous figures, fire starters and delinquents, one of which is even a fiend.
man, this is Space Nomad is actually quite confused. What do you mean they've been setting shit on fire? You mean to tell me?
Surprised by that?
That's the person who was shooting up TVs. I'm going to get a black.
You mean to tell me that we've been trapped in this fucking TV and you guys have been setting things on fire? What are you doing up there?
Fun without me?
Again, you were shooting up TVs earlier. You're not one to talk, Space Nomad.
If the others are not aware, then perhaps it would be wiser to warn them of the danger and contain the threats before they can damage anything else. If you will excuse me, I am going to go release the guardhounds. Thank you for your cooperation.
Oh.
You can do one more thing before the AI tries to leave you to it.
Okay, I need to weigh my options here. And
I'm gonna mute just to have a little more eggy cheese.
Well, I mean, what are the chances we're gonna get an opportunity like this? I need to. Oh, wait.
Hold on. Let me assist. As a member of the security team, this also falls under my jurisdiction.
You can choose persuasion, deception.
Persuasion or deception? Let me see. Well, they're both the same modifier, so persuasion.
It depends on your tone. It depends on your tone whether you're being honest with the AI or setting it up.
I mean, they're being honest about like wanting to help them out to apprehend these criminals because it would be nice to be reunited with one part of the gang. And also, whatever. I'll go ahead and roll persuasion. That's a 9. Oof.
I apologize. I am afraid I cannot let you do that. These figures have proven themselves to be a greater threat than one may perhaps expect of their size, stature, and condition as animated to creatures. It would be beneficial for you to stay here with the others until the threat may be dealt with. Once they're contained and the worst of the threat isolated, we may continue conversing further. Goodbye.
and you're back in reality. Or, not reality. And the swan is still drawing. And now appears to be trying to draw, well, a swan. But a swan with arms and hands and longer legs and not nearly as long a neck. It's not the best drawing, but it clearly communicates she looked very different before, and you recognize the mouse. And N, I'm gonna roll a wisdom save for N to see if N is still with you or not.
Yeah, who knows? Maybe that could have fucked up the connection a little bit.
N is still aware, actually. In fact, let me roll perception for N real quick. You actually get a very quiet message in the suit when the connection resumes. Hey, are you alright? The connection felt weird for a minute.
The AI that is running this simulation, it is aware that I am here.
Oh no.
It does. I believe it was convinced that I am a member of this security team it answers to. Though
Oh.
it appears that it is currently busy trying to apprehend the friends I told you about. Last I heard, they were committing arson, and that caught its attention.
Oh. Yeah, that's usually why people commit arson. That means we need to move. And before N can really think anything, this N is moving with the suit. Do you consent to letting N move?
I mean, yeah, honestly, anything N wants to do, Space Nomad will go along with, but they will keep talking.
Actually, I believe this might be a possible opportunity for escape. Or freedom for everyone here, in fact.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Since it's distracted, we could get over to the TV and try going where the swan's saying. She says as she grabs the swan, which just honks before being carried into the bushes. Can you activate the stealth function? Maybe we could sneak over to one of the screens.
Oh yeah, stealth function activated, and
Well, I have also heard that the AI will let everyone free once it has gotten the all clear from a security team. It told me that once the major threat was dealt with, that we could continue conversing. Seeing as it does not appear to harm the people within its simulation, perhaps the others will either escape or at least remain unharmed until this whole thing can be sorted out.
Are you saying that out loud, I'm assuming?
Oh yeah, basically they're kind of like basically speaking through their thought process within. Well, if you mean like out loud as in the people around them can hear, no, just to N.
Oh, I could say a 14 doesn't hit. Cause if you said that shit out loud, the swan was going to absolutely assault you.
Oh no.
Because, yeah, sure, it doesn't hurt anybody. Yeah, but I don't have hands anymore!
Listen, Space Nomad has a very rigid definition for what counts as physical harm.
Space Nomad has priorities. They're just not swans with body problems. So, what? Try the television, or do you just want us to sit and wait? I don't know how long it'll be before the program tries to do anything to us again. I don't know if I want to wait. Or, I mean, I guess it doesn't matter what I want since I'm not
Perhaps we could check out the TVs, see if they lead anywhere. If not, then perhaps talking with the AI more will help.
Right. Meanwhile, I guess you could keep the data going. I'm liking the pictures.
Oh, yes, these are very nice pictures. Yeah, let me show you the time we...
And, yeah, they will, quite frankly, very grateful for something else to talk about. Continue with the little slideshow.
Unfortunately, the 2 stealth rolls were not very good. Would you like to roll stealth?
Oh, yeah, sure. Hold on. Let me grab my stealth is...
Keep in mind, just keep in mind you are carrying a big fucking swan with you, so.
That doesn't fill me with much confidence. You'll see.
You are not sneaking very well, and it's probably very obvious that there is a floating swan being paraded through. A couple of people look, but you mostly hear a distant, "Ah!" And the swan immediately perks up and you can see the look of, oh no. And you actually see a little goose that starts approaching the floating swan. The swan is immediately trying to strike it away.
Is this perhaps time to start running?
The swan doesn't care. The swan has her head jumped off you and is running toward the screens.
It is time to start running.
Alright. I mean, it doesn't look too bad. The goose, by the way, is just following the swan. It's not following you. But, N actually starts following the swan because N seems concerned about the swan.
Yeah, fair.
Unfortunately, you run right by the TVs.
Oh.
Or at least here's the thing, the swan does. You have a choice. Either you can just leave the swan to its fate and dart into the TV, or you can follow the swan and try and save it from... You know, why don't you insight check the goose real quick?
Oh, yeah, sure thing. Wait, what was my modifier again? That's an 8. Wisdom's not a very good stat.
You don't know. You hear gooses are normally very hostile, but it doesn't seem to be biting after the swan. You're not sure why a very small goose would be scaring a very big swan. But you have a choice. Either you can try your luck with the TV before any of the others question, hey, why are there weirdly painted colors moving? Or you can try and save the swan and then try and go for the TVs, which risks a little more exposure to people.
Space Nomad will go ahead and ask N what she wants to do.
N has no answer for you. N is just as confused as you are. N is conflicted, because on the one hand, you can see a lot of screens. On the other hand, the swan was nice. The swan was somebody. Do we really want to leave the swan? N does not answer for you. This is your decision.
Oh boy. All right. Let me think. What would their thought process be? I think they will... Yeah, okay. They will go ahead and follow after their swan friend.
All right. It's a slapstick scene, almost. How many things this big swan just seems to try ducking and dodging and tossing in the way of the goose, and how comically it just seems to outrun every option under the sun. And even though, again, it's mostly black and white TV programming, you can tell what color grade in the monochrome would usually constitute pink. And you think if the swan could go red with rage, it would be trying to. But no, it's mostly focused on run, 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 not this, not again. Except you also then see a couple of small human children who watch the goose run by and goes, "Aw, Goosey's after the swan again. Do you want to stop her?" "Nah." And you just keep going. But is there anything you can do to try and get the goose off of the swan's trail?
Gosh. Okay. How far behind from them am I?
15 to 20 feet.
15 to 20 feet. All right.
Vague estimate.
I mean, I don't think they'd really want to hurt. That's such an innocent looking animal. So. I think they will. Actually. Honestly, I think they'll just, like, keep on running after them. I mean, maybe with, like, the extra speed they get from their armor model, they could eventually catch up.
Then we'll come back to you soon. For the
All right.
next scene, you guys get to choose which TV screen we focus on, because you have a few choices. There's one that is apparently focusing on a live camera feed of, well, not necessarily a crime happening, but it's clearly focusing on the empty streets of the town, so that would probably take you back to reality, to Zatori. There's another screen that is focusing on the pastel colors of the Mina Moon show, where Belle's missing pieces, and Swiper, and that mouse lady. And there's another one that is showing Bowtyke, Rin Tin Tin, Athena, and a bearded fellow getting into a lifeboat and sneaking away from the big boat. Where would you like to go?
Is the one focusing on Satori like gonna be the one for Kampu? For Kampu?
Yep.
Yeah, I'd say my vote's for that one, since we're sort of like getting close to the time they're gonna need to leave.
We've still got 2 hours, but fair.
Yeah, well, who knows how long it might take.
Everyone else's vote?
Yeah,
Everyone
yeah,
want to
let's
see
do
what
Toon.
Ross the horse is doing?
Of course.
All right.
Let's go. Let's get the horse in the house.
Hi.
Hello! Just cue the pizza tower back to that guy jingle. So, we come back to Ross moving through the woods. Following, you think you see the silhouette of that shape of the devil. You're almost not sure at points, but eventually you actually manage to break through the trees and see a small gathering of people on the outer edge of the static, just outside the field. You can see a few of the folks from the tavern. You can clearly see the former captain and his wife, and you can see Gilbert and the guards. They're apparently arguing about something, but you watch as the silhouette of the devil steps forward, leans one way, and then taps Gilbert's shoulder before disappearing, and Gilbert turns towards you. Eh? Oh! Oh, there you are! and you see the feline just sort of you see the feline kind of gallop towards you a bit while the other guards kind of stumble a moment and then fall.
Well, here I am. Of course, yes.
You were with that group of adventurers that at the tavern, right? The ones that disappeared?
Maybe.
You see the little feline puppet just squint at you. Sir, I would like you to be a little honest with us here. We have missing persons to deal with.
Well, I do also have missing persons to deal with, to be honest.
Yeah, I imagine they're your friends, right?
Acquaintances, it's a better word.
Acquaintances. Co-workers? Doesn't
Yeah,
matter.
doesn't matter.
Look, be honest with me, big guy. Did you guys try and sneak into the static or permission?
Why should we? We're a well-behaved group.
Deception.
And he smiles. Okay, so here's the funny thing. No, I have 2 character sheets because I had to do some funny stuff to give the horse what we were discussing. But I believe my skills stay the same.
You don't. Your skills stay the same, yeah. Again, you just gave yourself a temporary level.
Yes, but there's this thing. I cannot give myself. You know, it's a automatic character builder, and I cannot give me that skill because I needed a stat, which I do not have. So I had to tweak some stuff a little bit, and it was weird, but I think it still works.
Oh, you were using a character sheet fill out instead of a blank PDF. That explains the difficulty.
Yes, and I need like charisma 13 to be able to have that extra level where I needed to, and I don't have
Ignore
it.
that for the moment. Ignore that for the moment. Just ignore it.
Yeah, but I still skill stay the same. Which one was it again?
Deception. You are lying. You are lying to the cat's face.
Yes.
Why like a dog? Can't let them know.
Wow.
You're smiling like a
Yes.
jackass, and the cat can tell. You see one fluffy paw reach up and just. Okay. You know what? I'm not mad. I'm slightly disappointed, but you are adults. You understand the consequences of actions, and I'm sure we'll be able to talk that over once we have you guys officially charged with trespassing public property and directly breaking the guards' declarations. But we'll do that later. At the moment, we need to get in and save your co-workers before they're, what's the nice word for it? What do you mean, deleted? I don't think they get deleted in there. I think people will be a little more panicked if they deleted. What's the word? Before they're hurt. Before they get in any trouble, alright?
There was trouble already. Okay. Yes.
Oh man, am I gonna have to pay money to these guys? Sorry, go ahead. Never mind.
Alright, so you look like you can carry a sword halfway decent. And I assume you'd want to save your coworkers unless you want to stay in the tavern where it's safe.
Of course not. I need people to save. You know how it goes.
I do know how it goes. Alright. Well, let's get the earplugs in and head on in. Johnson, earplugs. Right, just a sec. And, yeah, the guards actually start dispensing their own cartoonishly large earplugs. And just start plugging their ears. And you then watch as this quadrupedal feline puppet. Again, the core of the puppet is based on the Salem puppet for the original Sabrina the Teenage Witch. So, you know, just the fuzzy little cat muppet.
Mm-hmm.
Puts on a pair of armored greaves to match the suit, and stands up on 2 legs instead of 4.
Mm-hmm.
You can immediately see the Puss in Boots Muppet genetics in here.
Nice.
And when the puppet transitions from being, you know, the ground feline puppet to actually being a bipedal Muppet, then everybody gets their earplugs, you get earplugs, so you are officially deafened. You understand that you can't necessarily look at the screens either, so you have to keep your eyes on the road.
Mm-hmm.
And now that the Muppet is bipedal, the Muppet starts doing vague hand gestures that only by Toon logic you understand as sign language. This is not an official D&D language like above board. I think Ross would understand sign language.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you basically get the sign language of, would you be able to show us where you saw your friends last? Or would you rather look for them as a whole and avoid the last place seen?
I think I can. I remember where I last saw them, but it has passed quite a little bit, so it's pretty unlikely that they will be there. So I have no clues.
I've worked with this. Follow along. Don't look at anything at all. Don't remove your earplugs until we're out of range of anything electronic. Alright?
Roger.
Oh, and, hands on your weapon at all times. Nothing in here is friendly.
Uh, I learned that the hard way. Don't worry.
There's a little smirk on the puppet's face before Gilbert turns, and with gestures to the guards, you get a temporary new party of guards.
Woo! Don't worry, guys. We are going to save you. Yes or yes?
So you re-enter. It feels just as weird as it did before, though you notice you aren't really feeling the cold of the snow like you were before you agreed to help the devil out. So it doesn't feel as cold to you now. But you kind of see the crowd of guards looking around, and eventually you feel a little tug on your leg, and you see Gilbert doing some signs and then pointing up, which basically translates to, was something burning last time you were in here? And points up. Do you follow where he's pointing?
Yes.
You see 2 big plumes of smoke in the distance. And fire.
The horse stops smiling and says, "No." Shakes his head, of course.
Gilbert's, and everybody literally starts running toward the fire. Now, I am going to ask, I need you to make me a stealth roll, because Gilbert's also going to make one. This is a group roll, so it is the average of whether rolls are better or worse whether you're detected or not. And the only reason I'm saying you're not rolling at disadvantage is because this is Toon logic at the moment. It feeds the narrative to not roll at disadvantage, so.
My armor gives me this advantage with stealth, so your call.
You can roll with disadvantage. Allow me to double check. Okay, so Gilbert does not roll with disadvantage, so your stealth is. Oh, that's right! You get a +10! Right. Yeah, that's what I thought. And allow me to grab the guards real quick. Yeah, okay. So the guards just get a +1, and they're not wearing anything that would impose disadvantage either. So I'll just 1d20 plus 1. Yeah, even if you rolled poorly, Kim, you're covered. I'm imagining your armor is
Good.
I imagine your armor is still clanking, but well, it still is being. It's mostly covered by the fact that all of the other guards, you're not sure how, but you are somehow maintaining a stealthy front as you're immediately pulled off the side, and you watch as a series of familiar-looking police dogs leaps out of some TVs and looks around. When you look toward one of the buildings burning, you see it appears to be a diner that flickers in and out of existence. But you also see what appears to be a flickering group of firefighters trying to put the fire out. Gilbert makes a gesture to you, and he starts sneaking through the alley.
Mhm. Uh, I could say I follow, I guess.
And you carefully sneak. You give a good distance to the building. You give a good distance to the burning building, but it's very clear that apparently the program is trying to generate a threat response to it. Because you didn't see anybody in the firefighting building. You didn't even see a firefighting building, but in defense, you also didn't explore the town that much.
Mhm.
So you can't really tell if there was a firefighting department or not. But it seems the AI still doesn't want the place to burn, so there's clearly a team of AI generated firefighters trying to put the fire out. And you notice that there's another team toward the mayor's house as well, also trying to put that place out. Because the mansion has gone up in a lot of fire and smoke. That thing lit up like a Roman candle. You don't hear Gilbert mutter it, and Gilbert doesn't even hear himself mutter it, but as you sort of approach the building but keep it a good distance, he kind of mutters, "Yeah, that place always did seem like a health hazard." He signs something to a couple of the other guards, and the other guards nod, and a couple of them actually do stay behind to keep an eye on the building. The rest of you stop nearby, and Gilbert looks around, sees if there's anything electronic, and then Gesh pull out one earplug. Well, he also pulls an earplug out.
I hope that's a good idea. I do.
Alright, so I haven't seen anybody here yet aside from the firefighters and the dogs. If I recall eyewitness accounts correctly, the dogs aren't friendly, but would you have any idea where your friends are?
I mean, I mean, I do have idea where one of them is, and it's not a good place. However, I do not know if this is a good attack to reveal such information because because hey, how do I tell that we messed up? I say, well, most of them I don't. Then there's this other little person that may be a little bit harder to help, you know?
They stuck in the TV.
Oh my god! It's like he does the small cough and says, Your deduction capabilities are on point and sharp."
I mean, that's where most of the people that are hard to find go. But you're right, that is going to make it difficult. But if you don't know where the rest of your friends are, then if the rest of your friends were sharing any kind of brain cell whatsoever, they'd probably figure the best thing to do would be to try and get to the core of the program to get their friends out the long way, instead of just walking into the TVs like a dunce. So our best bet, and our unfortunate bet, would probably be heading down to the vault instead. Not looking forward to that. But these are your friends on the line, so this is up to you. Do you want to see if you can figure out where one of your friends is in the weird TV situation, or do you want to try and head down to the vault? I'm telling you, none of us have been down there since it started. I don't know how bad it gets.
I need to. I think hitting the ball it's a good up. It's the best to end this nightmare. However, I also need to find Bell. I think decisions. Maybe they figure it out their way to the vault. Uh, all right. Let's go over there.
To the vault then?
Not.
No?
Not. Yes.
Oh. Alright. And he's going to make some more paw gestures toward the other guards. And you see one of them pull out the earplugs, and you could hear, alright, have a party of 6 stay by the mayor's house to make sure and see whether he comes out of the building or not. If he doesn't, it's safe to assume he's not dead, and that maybe karma caught up to him, but if he does, you're the first ones to come and talk, alright? Another party is sent back to try and keep an eye on the town and on the dogs to see that they don't, follow after. And 2 of them are basically stationed at the entrance to the tunnels, which is where Gilbert walks you next.
Mm-hmm.
And you get to a doorway and see what is essentially a long tunnel into pitch black. You got a light source on you, buddy?
I think so. I'm gonna roll for hammer space to get a lantern or something. Can I?
Yeah. You can either roll for it, or it looks like you can also ask Gilbert. But Gilbert's asking you first.
I'm gonna roll for it.
Because I imagine you can't see in the dark.
No, I can't.
But yeah, on a 3, I would say yeah, you pull out a pretty old-fashioned lantern. Yeah, that'll do. Give me a second. And he's just gonna reach in his pocket and pull out a box of matches and get your lantern lit for you.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, so here's what's gonna happen. I can see better in the dark, so I'm gonna be a little ahead of you, but I'm not gonna leave you behind, alright? Just stay close and don't touch anything that looks funny. Nothing. Absolutely not a single thing.
I poke him.
Alright, prankster, alright. And he just swats your hand a little. Come on, down the stairs now. And you start heading down. You head down, down. And as you look back, you can still see you're heading down, and eventually, what little light was from the static up there vanishes. You make a turn down the stairs, and you are in the dark, with just that armored cat ahead of you. So, cause I'm curious, who's Belle?
You know. Oh, you heard that?
Yeah, cat ears. And he reaches up and flicks one of his ears.
What was the name they were going on? One of the members of the party I came with. Sorry,
Hmm.
I'm bad at names.
Well, Belle originally went by. Belle sometimes goes by Belle or Scratch. One of the two. Doesn't go by Belle too often.
Yeah,
But was disguised as a swan at one point. You're not sure if he still is.
yeah, I'm not sure. Uh, okay. Let me scratch that. Scratch, like the guy who was with us. Don't you remember?
The bird?
Yes. Yeah. Yes.
Let me actually roll an insight real quick. I'm gonna roll an insight for Gilbert over here. Huh. Why do you call him Belle then?
Again, I'm bad with names.
Is that deception?
I mean, at this point, it is because because I'm doing damage control because I messed up. I should have not said that. But but this but this is in real life. I'm so bad with names. I'm so sorry.
it
If I
no, it's
forget about your
okay.
names, it's because I'm so bad at it.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I pat you. That'll still be deception though, buddy.
Yes. So
But it's okay. But I get numbers mixed up. I sometimes forget character voices. I sure hope I'm doing Gilbert's voice right.
okay, deception.
For the recording, that is a natural 1 plus 3 for.
For 4. I'm going to roll an insight check on Kampu. On Ross. So, you know.
That's an unlucky number. Oh, 2 unlucky numbers. What joy.
13 is a lucky number. I don't know what you're talking about.
Have you never heard? There's literally a name for the fear of the number 13.
No, I know, but it's also seen as a lucky number somewhere else. Just like how
Where?
13 is both a lucky and unlucky. It depends on location. Also, places. Don't worry about it. I politely bop you on the nose.
Okay then.
And I say places because I don't have a Wikipedia article up for you at the moment, alright? My brain is focused on the game at the moment. I can't just pull up an article and everything. But, you know, I like you. You seem like a sweet, stubborn guy. You're not necessarily doing a lot of favors for yourself lying to the authorities, though. Look, I
Mm-hmm.
I assume you guys were here for something important. I mean, if it's anything the captain said, you guys were hoping to probably deal with the static before we did, right? Because you were concerned about folks?
Yes.
Then we're united on that front. I also want to make sure that this weird technological anomaly doesn't hurt anybody else. I mean, shit. 3/4 of the entire town's population are currently trapped in electronic wonderland. I'm not proud of that. But if we just went rushing in, weapons akimbo, we'd get trapped too. We don't know anything about this menace compared to the Crown or anyone else. So we gotta wait on the proper authorities to deal with it ourselves. Or at least, they do. If you ask me personally, I've been maybe around a bit, trying to figure things out. I at least think I figured out how the static spread so quick.
Yes. Mm. I guess trying to to withhold information it's not gonna be useful at all. It's just some stuff I don't want to I just don't want to
You
to
don't want it
say
to go
stuff.
wrong.
It's more like I don't want to say things that that kiddo will not like to be known. And to be honest, I still don't get the full picture either. But you know, those are wishes that I believe should be respected, right?
Yeah? I mean, I'm not going to disrespect them. I'm not a cop. I'm a guard. There's a difference.
So wait, that means you cannot that means you cannot arrest me?
I still can. I'm just not a police officer. I have some dignity. That, and with my track record, I doubt they'd let me become one anyway. Let alone would I ever want to be one. Ugh. He just makes a hacking face quick. Look, my whole family grew up on the street, alright? Nobody did us any favors. All I've ever wanted to do was help people. I finally got the chance to do that, and now there's this whole thing happening. The whole town is wrapped up in weird static nonsense, and we're just told we have to sit around and wait for people to show up and help. Yeah, I get it's the safest option. It doesn't mean I like it, but it's safer for us to do that and make sure nobody else gets lost than for us to rush in and get lost ourselves. Because then who's going to protect them? You know?
That makes sense.
And I mean, I trust the queen. I trust the crown. She certainly is much better than the last guy. So I know she'd want to help, but I don't want to wait the whole time for her to show up. Even if I tell the captain that I want to, I'm mostly following orders. If it was up to me personally, I'd want to just charge in and maybe shut the vault off. But I don't know how to do that, and I don't know if I should. Because if everybody's trapped, what happens when we do that? Are they still trapped there? Are they lost? Do they just get ejected like some really weird recycle bin? I don't know. I'm not a technological wizard. I don't do tech. I don't do static. I'm good with magic, I'm good with criminals, and I'm good with kittens and kids. Not this stuff. But I want to do my best to get better with it so I can help people. And if you don't want to give all the info on your friends, that's fine. But some info would still be helpful. That way we know you guys aren't up to anything fishy. Like, say, trying to rob people while they're not in their houses.
No, no. Trespassing into houses, it's something I will not do. Smile.
Me flashing back to you breaking a window to get away from the dogs.
Yeah.
But, funny enough, Gilbert actually does an insight check you on that. Yeah, you seem like you're on the straight and narrow. I really do hope your friends are alright, though. I mean, shoot, you had a little kid with you. I can't imagine a kid getting wrapped up in all this. Oh,
Well,
careful! It's a little damp here.
okay.
And yeah, basically, as he sort of steps aside, you kind of hear a little splish, splash, as you realize there is, in fact, a sort of wet trail, so to speak. Water's trailing down the stairs and over the cavern floor, and you realize you're no longer stepping on metal. You have entered a series of derelict tunnels. As you shine the lantern around, you can see, of course, walls of different textures. There still is a layer of some static here and there, but you can actually see points where the static breaks free, and you can see the colors of the natural cave system. You can see rust on pieces of metal handlebars. You can see some metal panels beneath you meant to support feet. Clearly, at some point, some of these tunnels were supposed to be supported by actual infrastructure, but aren't anymore. Some of them look natural, like they had no metal installed at all, and others look like they were supposed to be part of an industrial tunnel. And that's where Gilbert starts going, is down the industrial tunnel. And allow me to actually briefly put on the echo, since we're actually going into a cave. I never get to use this thing. I'm so delighted. Ah. Alright, you'll want to watch your feet and you'll want to watch your six. I don't know what all is living down here, but people don't go down here alone, and that's with good reason. Most things that live in the tunnels have been around longer than we have.
I can tell.
If you would like to, you can re-roll me stealth, by the way, because Gilbert's going to re-roll it too.
Okay. It was +2, right? Still. Wow.
Yeah. That's a double 13 plus 2, so that's a double 15. Nice. Hitting the lucky numbers.
Mm-hmm.
You surprisingly maintain stealth, and eventually you actually see Gilbert removes the earplugs completely. Because there's a part of the tunnel you enter with no static at all. Just looks like an old, ruined system. It's not a sewage system, clearly. This was clearly meant to be people walked here at one point, but they haven't in a very long time. You see a couple paper scraps here and there that clearly used to be pieces of paper, clearly used to be maybe posters, something, but you no longer know what they were attached to because they're just scraps.
Hmm.
Part of your mind thinks back to when you were in the program, and you were briefly in that networking hub with all the posters about war and shelter and the end. But you have no way of knowing if these posters are the same or if they're different. The scraps are too old, too worn down, and some of them are just too wet. But they're eerily well preserved, even for their little scraps.
Oh, so that's why inside looks like that. Of course it does. It's like a replica of what they know, what it was did, what they did at it. What did they know at their time? Of course.
What, Mill?
Uh, I'm gonna. Oh, okay, I'm gonna tell you something very funny.
Hmm?
Remember I implied one of the person I was with was inside the TV.
Yeah.
Well, the funny thing is that she is there because I drag her along with me.
And why would you do that?
Because I thought this was safe. I was stupid, okay?
Well, no, I mean, okay, if we're gonna try and guess anything, were you running from something?
Hmm?
Were you running from something?
Yes.
Then yeah,
Those
I assume it would look safe.
those pesky dogs. I still don't have like the full context of the TVs, but hey, uh, once inside you figure it out. It looks like this, but in a better shape.
So, you think that whatever's responsible for this is just trying to emulate what it knows?
Yes, it's a very old program, right?
I mean,
They
I don't know about any program, but
oh, I'll explain later. I think so, but it makes everyone inside the TV to live in certain bliss, or what it thinks it's bliss. But of course, it's based on what they know. what they think it's belief. This sounds complicated, but this is what I think. Okay, I'm also not very good with technology and the snow and whatever where the stuff
You're
is.
making sense. Keep talking. You're making sense. Keep talking. While we do that, give me just a minute to turn off the echo. There we go. Would you maybe give me just a sec? Hey, Sunspot.
Yeah?
Would you roll me a perception check?
Okie dokie. You're asking the wrong person to do anything with perception.
Oh,
But
I know
okay.
who I'm asking. I know who I'm asking.
Fucking see?
So the good news is you don't hear anything. Here's the bad news. I'm gonna roll a 1d2. Ross, would you like heads or tails?
Tails.
Alright. If it's tails, you guys get the encounter. If it's heads, it's Sunspot's group that gets the encounter. Lucky you. So,
Which one was which, anyways?
2 is tail, 1 is heads.
Ooh, violent.
So, would you do me a favor? And, May, would you roll me another coin flip?
Give me a moment.
Heads or tails?
It gave me 2, so I guess it fails.
Alright. So, I'm just gonna do something real quick. So, Kampu, you and I are both going to roll 1d100, and I'll see what encounter each of the number leads to, and we'll take the better one, alright? That way you don't get, like, screwed over by anything that hurts. 96! Oof! 96 of 48, let's see. So, the coin flip sadly landed you on the even to slightly higher encounter level. So your encounter is going to be from level 5 to possibly level 10 in this situation. Let's see, 48 is... Okay, on the one hand, that's not bad. On the other hand, that still hurts. But let me, give me a sec. Come here, come here. Come here, 5V tools. And 96, what's 96? Oh! Fascinating. Fascinating, actually. Let me look at the other one. Let's see. Yeah, okay, let's see.
Just to make sure, you don't hear any music coming from my microphone, right?
Yeah, nah, nothing.
Oh, thank you. They're still blasting music outside.
It's
but
okay.
I have the headset, so I think it's not doesn't sound anything. Good, I guess.
Kampu,
Yes.
I'm going to have you. Well, I'm going to have you choose something. And if you don't like the sounds, then you can give it to, we'll say, blue, actually. Okay? So you have a choice between 2 encounters. I'm giving you the axe, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to point the axe toward fire or toward tentacles?
Repeat me the options again, please.
Fire or tentacles? You can also give the vote to someone else if you don't have any confidence in it.
I mean, for the fancies, I want to leave it to the audience. Make a poll.
Alas, there is no one currently watching, so I would have to roll a 1d100. We'll say... Would you say the high number is fire or the low number is fire?
High number is fire.
Alright, if it's above 50, you get the fire encounter. If it's below 50, good luck. The dice like you. You don't get to deal with mind flayers today.
Wow.
96 was 1d4 mind flayers. That was the one that I rolled up somehow. Thankfully, you're not dealing with that at the moment. So instead, what you deal with is I need you and Gilbert to roll perception checks. And let me pull up Gilbert's sheet. His perception is +1. Bless your funny little heart. Ah, honey.
Whoa. The shit chat is too good. We don't notice anything.
I love just tentacles are always something you want to avoid in D&D. This is very important to remember. I mean, yes, but also consider, what if the encounter is fun? But still. Give me a second. Roll half the number of... You can use this equal to your... I don't know why it says I have 0 then. Proficiency bonus for Gilbert is 3. I'm gonna bump that up to 3 because Gilbert's sheet is being weird. Anyway. So, you're still very well stealthy. But you kind of comically don't notice it immediately. And the funny thing is, I'll describe what the fire encounter is in a minute. Ironically, it was the token I was using for May. But I need to roll perception first, so that's 1d20 plus 2.
Wait, the fire skull?
The flame skull. Yes.
Flame skull.
Okay, so let's check
Oh no,
out
my
those...
brethren.
So, 15 and 16, right?
Mm-hmm.
You sort of comically don't notice it at first. You kind of think, huh, that's rather nice. There's a little bit of lamplight here and there. So you sort of lower the lamp and walk here and there. Gilbert still remains cautious. You realize it is not a lamp you walk under, a little too late, as the camera sort of pans up from you as you sort of look around, and Gilbert's like, Gilbert's just trying to figure out Alright, so which way is the vault from here? And it takes you a minute, and you sort of just hear a little bit of, just a little crackling. And it sort of sounds like a torch or your lantern. It's a rather nice noise. But as the camera pans up, it is not your lantern. You look up, and you think for a moment like, huh, that light is conveniently shaped like a skull. That's spooky. You've seen some ominously shaped stuff here and there, which you could kind of chalk up to just the ominous Toon atmosphere. Or maybe actual bones, you kind of don't want to think about it. But then then your next morbid thought is, huh, did some poor soul get their skull stuck up there? That's cruel. And then the glowing golden eye sockets, the blazing eyes, glance down to you, and you realize that brief thought of, oh, that's not dead. And you hear a thunderous shout of, intruders! Intruders in the vault! And I need you to roll initiative.
I'm sorry.
So I'm sorry for shouting, by the way.
I hope I timed that correctly and you actually did hear.
I heard something. What was it?
Intruders in the vault. I love how you delivered that.
I've turned on the fucking. I have a soundboard and I've turned on the fucking skull.
Oh my god, the skull appeared. Oh, fuck you. Affectionately, lovingly, fuck you. The skull appears.
skeleton appears. Listen, you
so-
know me. I know I am a Kirby fan. This is literally Kirby Mass Attack theme. The theme, the alien theme.
Okay, so give me a sec. And let me grab the flame skull. Because that's right, you're getting a flame skull! One singular one. Just one. And part of you might think, well, golly, that doesn't seem too big. Why is this fucking initiative? Hang on a minute. Yeah, we're just gonna say that 1.1 is fine. And we're gonna add another one. So, Kampu, yours was Dirty 20, not bad. And we're gonna get back to that when we come back from our commercial break. It's been an hour, if not two, folks. It's time to hydrate or dihydrate. We'll be right back after these messages.
Pausing the recording.
Let's come back. And when we come back from commercial break, Ross is being accosted by a skull on fire. So, Ross, it's your turn in initiative. There is a flame skull that is currently shouting above you and is trying to come at you. What would you like to do?
Question. You still don't know I have the funny thing, right?
Yeah, you still have the funny thing. You
No.
haven't given it back to Belle yet, so you still have the funny.
Okay, so no, but I don't know I have it, right?
You don't know that you have it. Yes, correct. Ross does not know.
Okay. So as far as the horse not do what he does best, which is poking that thing with a pike 2 times.
What is the distance on your pike? How long can you reach?
Let me double check
Mhm.
because I do not know if it has reach or it's. Oh, reach! It has reach. So I believe it's 5 feet. I believe.
No, 10 feet actually.
10 feet?
Yep, reach
think
weapons have an additional 5 feet of range.
Yeah.
That thing is huge. What the hell? Okay.
Well, it's a pole arm. That's the point of it in combat is reach far, poke stick.
Okay.
But downside is you're actually too far away for that. The skull is currently 15 feet above you. It is a 15-foot tall tunnel, and it is currently just 5 feet out of your range.
Oh, it's out of my range.
So, what do you want to do?
I cannot throw it. Do I have ranged weapons? I don't think so. The Mao, no. I tell the cat. I tell the cat, it's too tall. I cannot reach it. like wabbing my pike around to see if I hit that thing.
And the cat just kind of, Gilbert affectionately rolls his eyes and goes, "This is what we get ranged weapons for, wise guy."
Huh?
I said this is what we get ranged weapons for, wise guy.
Listen. You don't need ranged weapons if you run fast enough and lunge.
Do you do anything on your turn, or do you just pass your turn?
I guess I pass.
Gilbert's gonna do something. And he's just gonna take a real deep breath, just... And give me just a sec. And, of course, he's gonna think it through for a sec, and he's gonna spend his one free check. I usually give people one free check of, like, Arcana, Nature, something to see if they can try and identify it per combat, see if they know anything, and we're gonna give him we're gonna try and give him Arcana. 1d20 plus 1. 13. Yeah, I'd say that's enough to at least recognize this is undead and a flame skull. Not that he would know a lot about it, but he could figure that. So he's gonna glance at it for a sec. And you kind of seem to think he's really thinking it over. But give me just a second. And he's gonna politely just he's going to use steady aim to stand perfectly still and give himself advantage on his attack. Now, once he uses this, he can't move until the end of the current turn, so his movement will become 0. But he pulls out what you see is a light crossbow and levels it, steadies his aim toward this erratically moving humanoid skull, which is darting more for you than it is for him. And since he can give himself steady aim with advantage with steady aim, if it lands, then he'll get to add his funny sneak damage onto it. So 1d20 plus 7. Well, 2d20. He's giving himself advantage. Yeah, I'd say that hits. So with a light crossbow, it's 1d8 plus 4, and then it's plus 2d6. 1d8 plus 4, 2d6. That is a grand total of 20 damage done to the flame skull. And you hear that half deranged voice just shriek out in pain as you actually watch one of the bolts fire off a piece of the bone and fire, which essentially scatters some embers across the floor. The flame skull was knocked to half hit points.
Wow.
And it noticed that and immediately turns to Gilbert, who just smiles confidently at that. Just the slyest little feline smirk. Unfortunately, it's the skull's turn. And the skull doesn't like being shot. So it doesn't necessarily think anything on maybe shooting at you, and is instead going to use, give me just a sec. It's going to use its 1 third level spell slot to cast Fireball on Gilbert.
Ow!
It said, fuck that cat specifically. And you see it essentially, you almost swear you see something like a flaming tongue that rolls something into a ball and spits it out with a swear word in a language you don't understand. And this small ball, lit aflame, grows into a fireball. A blazing streak which aims right for Gilbert's pretty black and white face. And I'm gonna say 5, 10, 15. Unfortunately, you were on the very outskirts of this. So give me a second to double check Fireball. You need to make me a dexterity saving throw. And so does Gilbert.
Wow, okay. On the 20 plus 2. Well, roasted.
Alright. And Gilbert, that is a I would love to not burp at the moment. Dex save. Okay. Come on, Gilbert, buddy. You get a plus 40 of saves. You get a plus 40 of saves. Oh, honey. And you are going to take 8d6 solid fire damage. As in only the farthest distance does Bell's ears perk as he hears a very distant explosion sound. That is 20 points of fire damage.
Ouch.
Gilbert looks sufficiently singed. There are some parts of his fur that are sticking out that have little fires like candlelight, and there are other parts that smoke, but oddly enough, while it took away a third of his hit points, he's still doing pretty good. How about you?
I mean, with the funny thing, my HP are 15 now, so I think I'm still fine.
Yeah. And you do kind of notice that, normally the hit would have taken a little more out of you.
Mm-hmm.
You feel a little tougher. Weird. You also just hear slightly in the back of your mind just a slight echo to laughter, as allow me to pull it up correctly, because there is a voice mod for... And we're just going to adjust the volume. I really hope it didn't think that was going to kill you. It's going to be sorely disappointed. And that is the Flame Skull's turn. Also, since it moved down just slightly, it is now within range of your funny poke stick. You can poke it now.
Okay. Okay. My turn, right?
Yep.
Fire damage. I'm gonna assume that that thing is immune to fire damage. Okay. Now he's on poking range, so it's time for the pain. 1d20 plus 5 attack.
Destroy its soul.
Does 13 hit?
Let me double check. Meets it, beats it. Its AC was 13. Roll your damage.
Okay, from the first attack, it's
Oh yeah, let me double check. I believe it is resistant to piercing damage. Let me double check.
oh come on.
Not that you still do damage to it. Just roll your damage. Yeah, the light crossbow was piercing, so... Let me double check what I rolled before. 8... 12, 15, 16. So it only took 16 damage before. So 40, 30, 29, 28, 27, 26, 25, 24. So it's at 24 hit points. Sadly, not the perfect halvesies. Tragic. And you did 8 damage. So it takes 4 damage.
And
you do at least visually realizing that poking does not seem to do much, but you still did do damage. So yeah.
Here's the second attack.
Let's see what you get.
Natural 20.
Oh hey! Before you do anything else, that means I get to pull up my fun table that I haven't pulled up in forever! Roll me a D100! We're doing the crit table.
11.
11. You gain advantage on all attacks against your target until the end of your next turn.
Nice.
So, since that's the second attack you get, I believe you don't have any other attacks. But
No.
since that hit, roll me double damage.
So it's 2d10?
Yep.
12.
I'll say since this was a crit, even though it's resistant, I'll say to be nice since it is a cool moment, it'll take the full damage. So that does a lot more to it.
It
I
is
believe
still
that's the end.
standing. It is still standing, floating,
Barely.
I guess.
Barely.
Yeah, just lunge forward with the pike, trying to destroy the skull.
Is that the end of your turn?
Yes, didn't appreciate the fireball.
Yeah, no. Gilbert didn't either. That's why Gilbert is leveling the crossbow again. Steady aim. So 2d20 plus 7. Thank heavens for the advantage. Not that he needed it. And yeah, not only sneak attack to that, we're actually going to do Whales of the Grave on the way out too. And as the last shot fires out and pierces the thing's skull, so 1d8 plus 4 plus 2d6. And let me double check Whales from the Grave. Roll half the number of sneak attack die for your level, round up. So that's 1d6. Let me double check. Where's the flame skull? There we go. Now he's resistant to it. He's not immune, motherfucker. As this bolt pierces the flame skull, it's not just the one shriek of the skull you still trying to call for intruders and call for backup, but it's other voices screaming at it. Though one of them you comically hear, shut up! Before the skull scatters on the ground. Teeth missing from its jaw. Fire. Out. Sterling puts the crossbow away and carefully approaches. He doesn't immediately check on you, and part of you almost would think, well, that's slightly rude, but he still does look at you, so he knows you're injured, but he goes to the flame skull first, as he immediately reaches into his pocket and pulls up a rather fancy-looking bottle. And he uncorks it and basically sprinkles a little bit of holy water on the flame skull. Allow me to get the cave echo back on real fast. There. That ought to do it. If you don't put holy water on those things, or you dispel their magic, or remove whatever binds them, they'll just come back in a few hours.
That's good to know, I guess.
Well, normally that info doesn't usually apply. Flame skulls are usually used as sentries. They're usually made from the bodies of dead wizards, but they're bound for service. They're meant to protect something. Question is, what was it protecting?
I guess the place needs security.
Yeah, but this place has metal. What would they need flame skulls for?
Out of the game, I think I know the answer, but it's too meta still.
I mean, out of the game, you can also just say, you can theorize these things and then see whether you're proven right or wrong later.
No, Ross is not that bright.
True, but out of game, you can still share.
Mm-hmm. I'll go back to it later.
Alright.
But
So,
okay.
Yeah.
The skull is gone. That's what's good. A little bit charred.
Anyway, you alright? You took a little bit of that when it was aiming for me. You good?
I'll take him worse, I guess. All this static and stuff. I think all this static has at least made me a little bit tougher. Will bashing one of his hands into his chest.
All right, if you say so, big guy. I think we better get moving, though. With how loud that thing was shouting, even if it might not attract anything sentient, I know that's going to attract attention. Come on.
Let's
And
get moving.
he's actually going to say something under his breath, and he's going to invoke the blessing of the trickster, which means for 1 hour, you and him essentially have advantage on dexterity stealth checks. So he basically gives you a pat on the arm, and I'm going to ask you guys to roll stealth one more time, but you roll with, well, since you would roll with disadvantage, you basically make a straight roll this time.
Mm-hmm.
But he rolls with advantage, so 2d20
Wow.
plus 10.
Thank you for the pat.
That's a nat 20 plus 2 for the audience members who can't see our dice bot.
I guess he clicked the invisibility button.
And the cat rolled 2 18s in a row, so that's fun. So 22 and 28, you two disappear like thieves in the night. And you do feel a sort of feeling of pride in the back of your mind. And all right, if I remember correctly, I believe we followed down this way. Now you'll want to stay out of the light, but away from the wall. So if you see any areas where the lighting is dim, stick to those. Most things that live down here normally don't need the light to see you, but whatever is down here that does see, still beneficial not to be seen by. Like those skulls, for example.
Mm-hmm.
But it's best to watch your footing. A lot of subterranean creatures, a lot of these cave creatures, they like going under your feet. So, watch your step. Now, if I had any suspicions on anybody, my money's on Sterling for this mess.
Sterling? I think
Yeah,
I've maybe heard that name before.
Big fluffy guy, pleasant personality, big smile full of sharp teeth. You can't miss him.
Oh yeah.
I don't have concise evidence on it, but I know him, and I've seen colors that look like his around town when there's not supposed to be. And he's told me he's helping people, and I've seen him bring some people out of the static before, but I swear I've seen him pop in and out of houses when he shouldn't be.
Suspicious indeed.
I really wish it didn't have to come to me suspecting him of anything, though. I just want to blame the whole thing on the mayor, but I want to make sure nobody gets hurt. And between you and me, I don't think the mayor is competent enough to trap everybody. Or to rob them blind, because I've been checking a few houses, and they're conveniently missing a lot of their life savings. And if anybody I know would want to rob his neighbors, it's probably Sterling. I mean, part of me doesn't blame him. If I were younger, I'd see it as a good opportunity. These people ain't sitting in their houses watching their savings, their money. Of course you'd take it. Shoot, if I was younger, I'd be tempted. But I wouldn't be happy about it. Part of me's hoping it's not that, and that maybe there's somebody else I can blame, and I might be wrong to suspect Sterling of doing anything suspicious or sketchy or, criminal, but he's one of the only one of us that. Don't worry. You know, forget I said anything. It's fine. I'll deal with it when we get to him. He just waves his paw and completely tries to dismiss whatever he was about to say.
Okay. So sorry. I think we have more important matters in our hands right now.
Right, the vault. Now, one of my buddies, he likes to study the wild around here. He likes studying all the animals, but he loves studying worms, bugs, that kind of thing. Most stuff that's underground. You should really see him after it rains. Guy absolutely geeks out over the massive earthworms we get around here. But beside the point.
Nerd.
But he has a sneaking suspicion that maybe part of stuff leaking around here doesn't actually have to do with anybody. Maybe nobody's turning stuff on or stealing anybody's things. He thinks that since the vault is far enough underground and hasn't been touched by anybody in several generations, it might have been overrun by rust eaters.
By what?
Rust eaters, rust monsters, rust bugs. Sword snackers? Dagger diggers? Shield munchers? None of these names ringing a bell?
A description will be better suited, I think.
Have you ever seen a flea?
Yes.
Think of a flea the size of a dog.
That's not a nice image, you know?
No, it's not. And think of a flea the size of a dog whose specific diet involves anything and everything made of nettles.
Oh.
I'd say a vault sounds like a smorgasbord or something like that. With that, by the way, you can roll a nature check if you want to see if you know what's being discussed.
0. Wow.
Flat D20, then let's see it.
14?
Yeah. I mean, you've heard a couple stories. There was a particular small town that was meant to be protecting a mining facility for dwarves, but they got a rust monster infestation that ate through most of their armory before they stopped it. So the image of dwarves having to fight off bugs in long johns and their bare skivvies and undergarments and scraps of some chainmail was a delightful one that entertained you for months. But the very real fear that you've also heard from some adventurers about rust eaters, rust monsters that basically corrode your weapons to nothing and devour armor. That's not a fun image, especially considering what you're wearing and what you're using.
Yeah, that's not a good. That's not a good. Not a good image. Yes.
But if you do think of anything, and again, his buddy studies bugs, you've never really heard the idea of rust eaters necessarily being aggressive. They don't really there's never been accounts of them trying to intentionally kill anybody. They just like eating metals, and sometimes it's adventurers wearing a ton of metal. And at one point, it was one person that was describing a horrible account of a rust monster that ate their metal fillings in their mouth. But
ouch.
Usually, it's just a matter of the rust eaters are just doing what they live to do. It's just they're a pest problem at best and a nuisance, or actual problem at worst. But in a vault full of old pre-erasure technology that's containing the lives of countless people, it probably would not be good to imagine what a bunch of metal-eating bugs would do to that.
Mm-hmm.
And suddenly the idea of everything leaking makes a lot of sense.
Oh. So, do you think those creatures had something to do with this malfunctioning?
I mean, if you said there's a program behind it, I bet my money on it. Not my actual money. That's a metaphor. It's a metaphor. I'm not making a wager. Don't tempt me.
Give your money. But yes, there's a program called itself Highs, which is what's supposed to keep everything like this, but in their version, it's like keeping everyone safe.
And
Maybe.
if it was deteriorating because of bugs, it wouldn't know what to think, would it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, that explains a lot. If it was meant to help people, I could only imagine what lifetimes of ill care and a bunch of bugs would do. Yeah, no, maybe we should move a little faster. And he's kind of speeds up your pace.
Let's go. I keep up with him.
And as you head further down, and I'm describing this for both of the IRL parties, so both of the not in the TV parties. We'll get back to the TV in a minute. But as you head further down, you see more evidence of what once was. You see more metal walkways. You see scraps of paper. You also see bones. Toon bones. Some that are human-like, some that are animal, but cartoony nonetheless. And as you head further down, you see more of them pop up. And more of them.
I didn't know I get an idea
Sorry.
why nobody came here.
I love the gif. It's okay, May. Bones.
Every time anyone says bones, I fucking hear this fucking explicit frame.
But actually, in particular, flickering back over to Sunspot, Sterling, and Bell for a minute, you pass by what appears to be the ruins of an old post. A building made of metals, of 1 or 2 rooms, having long since decayed. And you can't tell whether the walls wearing down is from natural age, and the fact part of the cave appears to have caved in outright, or if something has eaten through it, as there are also holes all throughout, which you kind of would think something like a leafcutter ant or a bug on a grapevine would make. You know, bug holes. But you don't hear or see anything. And Sterling and Bell sort of pause for a moment, but when Bell casts a look to Sterling, he shrugs. Don't ask me. I never make a habit of coming down here. For all I know, it could have been an outhouse. Bell gives him an uneasy look. Well, you can't tell me that doesn't look like a shithouse. Come on. Bell walks right on by him. That's low-hanging fruit, Sterling. I'm not taking it. Oh, right, sure. You don't want to be reminded of the fact that you're short as hell. I get it. I'm not taking the fruit, Sterling. Sunspot, what do you do?
Sunspot is following. I don't suppose they could like figure out the like, judging from the background. I don't think they could figure out like where the holes come from.
You could do a nature check.
I could, but also I will attempt. You know what? What's the fuck is nature? Ha! Why is it 13? Also, why did it 10 twice?
That is honestly enough. You kind of think on it a moment. And the truth is, it's not just a threat for Zatori, but it's a phenomenon that usually comes up with different creatures on different places you visited. But Zatori also deals with it the same as other places do. Sometimes there's a creature that evolves specifically with a diet consisting of various metals, or other different strange materials. Some things only eat sap, some things only eat wood, some things only eat bones, or metal. And you kind of think for a moment, since you've been on Zatori for long enough, you also recall the stories of unassuming bugs about the size of dogs and cats that have eaten through entire armories. And guards that have tried their best to stop them have to stop them in what is essentially their underwear, or calling guards from the outside to deal with the situation, or, in less dignified situations, adventurers. They're not necessarily hostile, but they don't see anything else as a threat. Because anything wearing metals, well, metals don't usually pose a threat. And nothing else wants to eat the metal. So sometimes when they see metal that's about the size of, say, a person walking around, they just see a free buffet. They don't see the fact that the metal could stab them. They don't see the fact that the metal could smash them. It's food. Food doesn't hit back. But there have been unfortunate parties whose weapons were degraded to such a point that they could no longer use them after dealing with a rust monster infestation. And armor, too. And you also kind of think, if they found a smorgasbord of old metal, what kind of damage would that do if they didn't realize the metal could think?
Huh.
So yeah, you actually recognize they are bites that would correspond with the marks left behind by rust eaters, but you don't see any rust eaters here at the moment. At the moment. And just a little ahead of you here, rabbit! Rabbit friend! We found it!
Sponkus just turns around while like, who? What? Who?
And you see from around the turn of a cavern, or the turn of a tunnel, Sterling gestures with the paw to, come here, just a, come on.
Yeah, they fall.
It is, firstly, a long tunnel down. But it is a rather ruined tunnel. Most of the side passages are caved in or destroyed. There's holes everywhere, but you can't tell if the burrows and tunnels were made by creatures or just natural erosion. There's water flooding all over the place. The further down you go, the damper it gets, but while the static does come back, you don't see anything. You can hear the distant echo of music and voices, but by the looks of things, nothing's been down here, aside from Belle, in several lifetimes. Roll me a perception check. You do, however, see movement in some of the burrows. Occasionally you see, in the dim reflection of some of the light of your fire axe, reflections, specks of light, that which correspond to, you're not sure if it's rocks or shells or eyes or teeth, but then when you try to focus on it, it's moved and it's gone. You can't shake the feeling you're being watched, but you can't spot what's doing the watching.
Amazing.
But as you come down, you see some broken down lights and you realize you no longer need your fire axe. You are looking up at a circular vault entrance, or what remains of one. It may have once been shaped like an interlocking gear system, but at an earlier point was broken apart. Blasted, you think. And now sits a crumbled remnant of what it once was. Even though Sterling and Bell mentioned needing a key to get in, you don't see why they would need a key. This door is in no way, shape, or form fit to even be locked shut. You don't think this door can even be fixed. There's water everywhere, and the water, you realize, actually is mixing in with the static. So it looks like rivers of static are flowing in the area.
Oh, fun. Oh, joy.
And from past the ruined entrance, you can see blue light. Blue doesn't seem like a natural color down here, but you can hear the echoes of voices and music louder from within. Belle is standing before this, understandably stiff. Well, I did say I'd lead you to the vault, and I appear to have done so, as agreed. I don't believe you need me to help you past this point. So I would wish you the best of luck, and Sterling's going to start backing up.
Sunspot is pointing the axe at Sterling. Yeah, anywhere, buddy.
Says who? I brought you down here and I did as you asked. You understand how wet and dirty that place is? I went in there once. I'm not going in there twice.
Sunspot is looking at Belle because she really does not want to let Sterling out of sight.
Belle does not seem tuned into the conversation. He is just staring at the vault. Dead silent. Look, I did as you asked. I led you back down to the vault again. I don't think you need me to assist you in getting in and doing whatever you need to. Sure, I could try and talk to the program, but the program probably also saw me when you people decided it would be fun to set a building or two on fire. So I'm not sure it's going to be as agreeable toward me the next time I talk to it.
What? Trust that you don't know. Talk about everybody else.
Could you repeat the last part of what you said before Belle interrupts you?
How can I trust you to not pull anything funny? Well, that's...
Look, I want nothing to do with this. In fact, part of me doesn't even want to be down here. The only reason I'd want anything to do with it at all is to make sure the mayor suffers. All I would ask is that when you let everyone else out, you just leave him in there to starve. That's all he deserves. Why didn't you ask the program to let anyone else out then? Huh? Belle doesn't turn around, but the ears are turned toward the conversation. You had your chance. It knows you're a friend. You could have tried telling it to let people out. You kind of are under the impression it doesn't really want to. I might be a friend to it, but that doesn't mean I'm authority to it. And besides, why would I want to let any of the others out? Belle glances aside. You remember what they did to us. What makes you think I would care for any of them enough to try and do them any level of courtesy they wouldn't give to us in kind? Do you think any of them came down here to try and help get your missing piece back? Do you think any of them volunteered to even lead you down here? Do you think if any of them actually remembered you, actually figured you were the same person, do you think they would receive you the same way they have been? Nice and pleasant and friendly? Belle doesn't answer, so Sterling continues. No, of course not. Because we were undesirable to them. Everyone around us grew sick and fell, and when they locked themselves into their nice warm houses, they left us out to starve. They didn't extend any of their nice pockets to us. They didn't give us any warm beds or hot food or medicine or nothing. Our mother died because of them. I'm not blaming anything else. I'm not even blaming you. That's on their hands. And they seem to think I've forgiven and forgotten that. But you haven't. But I haven't. So, yes, maybe you could have tried the fool's errand of persuading the program to let them out a little early. I doubt I would have succeeded. But even then, what's the point? They just go back to doing what they do best, sitting and wasting away in front of these nice new radios and televisions they have. And they'll just talk about how nice everything is now that it's over, and just gloss over what they did to us. They'll put whatever pennies that they want into the coffers at the Abbey, but they didn't give a squat when we were kittens. You can't blame me for wanting to take a little of it back. Belle doesn't actually object. You don't hear him approve of it, but you don't hear him say anything that denies it either. His ears just kind of tuck down and back, and he just looks back at the vault. Look, it doesn't mean I'm proud of it, but I couldn't care less. Honestly, the only reason I've even been sticking around this dump is just to take a fraction back of what they never gave us. So... it's a strong word. I might know a little, but it's for a good cause. It goes to the cult, and it goes to me. I'm sure they'd be on it if they knew. I'm sure they wouldn't even mind. But no, I'm not very inclined to let any of those people out. Nor do I think I'd have a very good job convincing the delusional AI that seems to think it's protecting everybody. So, no, never really thought that far. And I especially wouldn't think that for the mayor responsible for the mess. The mayor wasn't the one trapping people in a program, Sterling. No. But I wasn't the one who wanted to evict people from their houses and resell them. I wasn't the one who was a werewolf. I wasn't the one sitting on his fat, happy ass collecting coins while everyone else struggled. I'm just the alley cat taking opportunities. That's all. But if you really think you need my help, by all means, you can try and persuade me. But I'd really rather not be down here with all the bones and whatever else is. So if you don't mind, I would like to leave. Sunspot, would you do me a favor and roll me a perception check real quick?
I will. It might not help, but I will. It did not help.
I'll go ahead and do one roll for Belle. Just one. So let's see. That's perception. He gets a big old 0 to it. Bless your heart, buddy. You don't see anything, but you see Belle's ears turn a different direction. As Belle hears growling. And you don't see him coming, but you eventually hear, "You selfish motherfucker!" And when you turn, there's Gilbert, significantly less quadrupedal than you saw him last, now that he's wearing a pair of armored boots, with a battle axe out. You were responsible for this! Oh no, here we go. And yeah, there's also Ross. Ross, you just overheard all of... What's your response to that?
I hope that answers your questions, Gilbert.
Okay, repeat that sentence a little slower. Your words kind of blended together in my brain.
I hope that answered your questions from before, Gilbert.
Unfortunately, yeah, it does. I was really hoping it wouldn't, because I was really hoping I wouldn't have to be pointing my axe at you. But no, of course it's the fucking Sharons that are deciding to rub the town blind and send people into TVs. I couldn't just blame it on the mayor. Oh, here we go again. Look, did you really expect me to be doing anything else? Helping townspeople? Seriously? You know the townsfolk hated us before. Oh, I'm sorry, they hated me. They seem to take to you just fine. Don't you bring me into this! I'm not part of the reason you decided to start pillaging people, Sterling. What's wrong with you? People were fine with you. People believed in you. You don't gotta rob their fucking pockets. They believed in the Abbey. They wanted nothing to do with me. And if it wasn't for the fact that you decided to go walking the father, they wouldn't want anything to do with you either. You leave him out. And the axe comes dangerously close to Sterling at that point. Belle, on the other hand, politely reaches his paws up to his ears and just pulls them down with a look of, I don't want to hear this. I don't want to hear this. Sunspot and Ross, what would you like to do? You don't need an insight check to tell that you think Gilbert may or may not be close to a confrontation here, and Sterling does not look much better.
Shall we beat Sterling? Beat up Sterling?
I would love to, but you'd rather sell me out to the crown first like a good little kitty, wouldn't you? That does it! And he immediately pounces. And As you watch, allow me to pull up Sterling's sheet again.
At his ass, King. Woo!
Sterling actually does pull up a weapon. And as the battle axe comes swinging forward towards Sterling, he blocks it with the handle of a warhammer. Bigger than any of you. Where the fuck was he hiding that?
Space.
But with that, unfortunately, I'm gonna need everybody to roll me initiative. So let's see. Gilbert, Sterling. Give me just a sec. We're gonna just. Now keep in mind when you roll your initiative, remember to label it so that I know what number it is.
I forgot, sorry.
It's okay. If you got, I'll just look at your number and I'll put it in. But give me a sec.
It's a 20.
You have been really good with the initiative as of late. And even though that was a 16 on 20.
Damn.
The horses really just wants to go with the throw hands. Or hooves.
To be fair, the horse deserves to throw hands. Gilbert also deserves to throw hands. Everybody deserves to throw hands. So, yeah, Sterling's a neutral, evil asshole who thinks he's getting what the town denied him. He's not necessarily going along with the mayor's plan, but it's like, you know what, if I could get a little money from these people that left us to starve when we were homeless, sure, why not? So, Bill...
Motherfucker.
He is neutral. From the description of neutral evil that I best found, it is self-serving evil. It's not an evil that necessarily follows the law, but it's not an evil without rules. Sterling doesn't necessarily lash out at anybody, but he does hate Goldwyn for the factors mentioned. He's Belle's sibling, but from the implications you got, they grew up, their childhood was spent homeless, starving, and, according to their mother, sick. So, you don't know where any of the other siblings went, but apparently Sterling didn't go anywhere nice. So you can imagine how that impacted him growing up. So 1d20 plus 3 for Belle. That's a nat 1, honey! Beautiful baby boy, why are you like this? Okay, so let's see. Sunspot. Ross. Sterling. And Gilbert. Now, as mentioned, while this is an initiative combat, it doesn't necessarily need to end in death. But I'm just having the initiative order up so that way we know what order things happen in. Because Gilbert would love to absolutely rip Sterling a new one. Not kill him, but rip him a new one. So, give me a sec. And I would like you all to read me the numbers you got, please. Sunspot?
12?
12. Okay. Ross?
20.
Okay. And I will roll for Sterling and Gilbert in a moment. Now, the one sad thing I will say is it just hit 10 here. Kampu, do you want to try and stick around, or do you still have to go?
I mean, I have to, but I don't want to lose the combat. I can stay like 15 minutes still.
Alright, we'll do our best to have this wrapped up in 15 minutes. We'll see what you guys can do. So, Sterling, he gets a weird decimal thing. Hang on. I assume that's just like meant to be a dexterity tiebreaker, so. So, Cat. 9. Bless his asshole heart. Now, the only other issue is you. And I imagine the characters in character realize this. You're also fighting in front of the vault. You know, in front of the source of your problems. And Gilbert is a +4. Because he's a fast and sneaky motherfucker. That's another nat 1, honey! Baby boy, why? Also, give me just a sec.
Cat boys are not having a good time.
And what would their initiative be? Okay, so they would get a +1. Don't worry about me saying they. It's fine. You're not in any trouble yet. So just okay. So there we go. So let's see. Bottom of the list is Belle, tragically. Top of the list is Ross. So let me put some, let me grab some tokens real quick for you guys. So we're gonna grab a draft horse for Ross.
Okay, it's my I start, right?
Yes, it is. It's your turn, and give me just a second to put tokens in a map here. So give me just a moment. We're gonna put 2 cat tokens here. And let's get the flame skull for Sunspot. Now, Sunspot, you were right next to Sterling, so you're right in the midst of this. And let's see. So, Belle, Sunspot, Sterling, Gilbert, Ross. Okay, yeah, everybody's here in a cat of 4. Cool. Ross, your turn. You basically see Gilbert launch himself at Sterling with all the force that a small cat can. It really looks like a David and Goliath situation here.
Mm-hmm. All right, time for the big guy to face somebody of his size. Listen, I know you haven't had what sounds like you haven't had a good life. That doesn't mean you can get away with this, you know? Uh, can I finally cast a cantrip, please?
Yes, you can.
I'm gonna cast what did I have? It still is not. I'm gonna cast Booming Blade.
Ooh.
So it's just one attack, but if I hit and the cat moves, he takes damage.
So roll the hit. As I assume you snap your fingers and your like for a weird minute kind of looks like it's got heat radiating off it. Funky. Let me check Sterling's AC because I forgot. Yeah, you hit him. Yeah, 19 hits.
Okay. It's just for since it's a cantrip, it's just one attack. But yeah, he's now shit at the how the spell says it becomes shit at the booming energy if you willingly move. Before my next turn, you take 2d8 thunder damage because Ross is level 6 technically right now.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god. So yeah, it's 3. It's 3 damage and try to move.
Okay, so you nick him, but in nicking him, there's like a strange feel that encompasses him. And now he kind of looks like he's caught in a heat wave, but he's not actually heating up. It's a strange bubble kind of situation that isn't. When you think of a bubble, normally you think wet, you think like a bubble bath, something like that. Instead, it's just a bubble of hot air. And he glares at you with golden eyes that glow in the dark. You are briefly reminded of Belle and remember, oh yeah, they're related. Huh.
Mhm.
Is that your turn?
Yes.
Cool. Sunspot, you are right next to Sterling, Ross, and also Gilbert. And also Sterling now has a fuck off big warhammer.
Okay, give me a moment. I kind of want to set the cat on fire. Because that's more or less the only thing you can do.
Yeah, that's also kind of the habit that Bell started after Sterling tried setting him on fire with radiance. So you know what? Yeah, go ahead, try to set the cat on fire. Keep in mind you are in melee range, so if this is a ranged spell, it's disadvantage.
I mean, burning hands. How much ranged it is?
Oh yeah, no, burning hands is fine. Fucking go for it, champ. Just make sure to angle it so you don't hit Gilbert.
Yeah, they kind of they slide position themselves so that they won't hit Gilbert and just point both palms towards
Sterling.
I nearly called him Sylvester again.
You gotta stop doing my boy dirty! It's Sterling! It's Sterling!
I'm sorry. Sterling. The word Sterling. And both palm bells open. With a fucking power of a flamethrower.
Yeah, I've imagined there's like a brief moment where he looks into those and is like, Like you can see the little question mark off his head, and then just boom.
He catches a face full of fucking stun flame in his face.
Yeah, just absolutely nothing but fire.
Yeah, dexterity save.
Okay, cool. Let me pull up Sterling's sheet again. Ah, poor boy is getting absolutely fucking lombarded.
Well, that's what you get.
I mean,
for being an asshole.
Yeah, that is what it gets. Like, at one point, maybe not so much of an asshole, but at the moment, he's part of a cult that prioritizes petty revenge and pain. So, at the moment, not in a good spot. So, you know, as you do. So, how much damage was that? Oh, dex save, right. Okay, so he gets a plus...
Dex save. You do dex save. Yeah, I was waiting for dex save.
Let's see. Cantrip versatility. Nah, we're fine. Turn undead. Nah, nobody here is undead. Twilight Sanctuary. Oh, none of these things. Okay, neat, cool. So, dex save is plus fucking 0.
Were you trying to find something that can possibly...
Nah, I didn't know if he had anything against spells or not. I had to double check. That's a 12. Does a 12 succeed or fail?
It does not succeed.
Roll your damage then. Also, I feel I should share a funny thing.
Yes.
Sterling's max hit points are 69.
Nice.
Nice.
Anyways. Oh, come on!
You think you would do more damage. You lightly singe him, and those golden eyes are now gleaming in the dark. Is that your turn?
I mean, I don't particularly see what I can do.
Okay. And Sterling, of course, just... I really should have figured you'd be a problem. It was just a shame on me not to try and deal with you sooner. And he's going to lift his warhammer for a moment and go... Actually, let me check his languages real quick. Okay. He says something in a strange tongue that most of you don't understand. Unless you're Muppet born or somehow understand the language of clothing. It sort of sounds like Velcro ripping open and something trying to shout from behind Velcro. which then sounds like ripping fabric, and for a moment you almost hear it like, you know that ethereal sound effect that plays when day changes to night?
Yeah?
The darkness in the tunnel coalesces, and with not even a booming sound, just with a sort of draping sound, like you hear a curtain fall, that darkness coalesces behind Sunspot and Ross. And Sunspot, when you turn, you see this pitch black shape. Allow me to grab the description of the spell he's just cast. A shape that you cannot tell whether it is humanoid or animal, monster or man, armored or unarmored, except with a sword and shield, emblazoned with a feminine eye with long eyelashes and a glaring purple iris. Sterling has cast Guardian of Faith. And then he's gonna smack Gilbert. Actually, no, I'm gonna roll my d3. I wanna see who he fucking smacks. Hang on a minute. Let's play Russian roulette with the big hammer. Who's getting bonked? Okay, Gilbert's getting bonked. Plan remains. Gilbert's getting the two-handed warhammer. So, let's see. Let's see. So, okay, yeah, neat. Okay. And okay, yeah, cool. So we're gonna do 1d20 plus 6. So I wanted to type that normally, Discord. Yeah, a 22 is sadly gonna hit Gilbert. And invoking Blessed Strikes, he's gonna add radiant damage on top of his already smoky damage. So that is 1d10 plus 2 plus 1d8. Could have been better. Could have been worse. That is 10 points of solid damage that Gilbert does not have a response for. And as a result, yowls in pain as the hammer... Well, the yowl kind of gets muffled. The hammer, you almost think comedically would squeak when it hits him because they're both puppets. They're hitting each other. It flattens him for a moment, but the creaking sound you hear is not a funny one. It is the sound of something creaking under the weight of this massive hammer, which probably is his armor, because his armor looks a little worse for wear now, and he kind of stumbles a minute before shaking himself back to normal. He looks a little crumply now. He's, by the way, Gilbert is officially at half hit points. The flame skull did not do him any favors earlier. And give me just a moment, because I need to pull up Guardian of Faith. A large spectral guardian appears and hovers for the duration in an unoccupied space of your choice you can see within range. Any creature hostile to you that moves to a space within 10 feet of the guardian for the first time on a turn or remains there must succeed on a dex saving throw. The creature takes a certain amount of radiant damage on a failed save or half as much on a success. And the guardian vanishes when it has dealt a total of 60 damage. So, we're gonna get to you guys in just a minute. But, Sunspot, Ross, would you do me a favor and both roll me dex saves?
Oh, cool, it's a flat 20.
Okay, May, you take 10 radiant damage as the sword comes down on you, and even though it doesn't do any physical damage, you feel like it cuts through your suit and through you. So that's 10 radiant damage to you. And Kampu, you failed, so Ross takes 20 radiant damage.
Ah. Oh wait. Okay. You go. I'm gonna cast Hellish Rebuke.
Okay.
Oh wait, but it's the creature that damaged me, right?
Nah. It's not a creature.
So the damage goes directly to Sterling, right?
Yeah, you cannot damage the Guardian of Faith.
Oh, okay.
Actually, no, you can't use that on Sterling, actually.
Why not?
Because the Guardian did the damage, but it doesn't count as a creature. Hang on, let me rationalize this in my brain a bit. Hang on. Rewinding the VHS in the brain a bit. Give me a sec. Okay, let's see. So the Spectral Guardian does not actually count as a creature. It hovers in space as a spectral being which does damage to those that move within 10 feet of it. In which case, you two are right in front of it. You know, as you are. And... Actually, hang on. No, let me pull up Hellish Rebuke, actually. I might be mistaken. Give me a sec. This is not a... Ross, you're not doing anything wrong? This is... I have to check the spell.
Yes, it's like... This is the rolling loopholes.
Okay, so... A creature within... Give me just a moment. So... 5e tools. You're beloved to me. Show me if a Guardian of Faith has a stat block. No. As it's part of a spell effect, it doesn't mention any stat block, it doesn't mention it being considered a creature. Part of my brain would go, rules is written, you cannot Hellish Rebuke the Guardian of Faith. And ergo, you cannot rebuke Sterling unless he directly does the damage to you with a spell that's different. Or, you know, smacks you with his fucking pogo hammer.
Okay, so no. Ouch. I'm at 10 HP.
Yeah, I also have to roll for Gilbert. So I just realized Gilbert's actually in the funny range to get a whack-a-mole. Give me a sec. Also, I hope that doesn't sound unreasonable, but my brain's like, it doesn't consider the Guardian of Faith a creature. It's like it's a spectral spell conjuration that is an act of a divine being and is not necessarily a creature.
Yeah, I'd say like it would probably be up to the DM because like I think I've seen some rule that it does count because it's like an extension of the spellcaster, and others say that it's more of a summon. So I think it's.
I'll consider it a summon in this case. A summon sounds fair.
Yeah, I think it just depends on the DM. I don't think there's like any official rulings.
Yeah, because, like, this is more an extension of Shar. This is not an extension of Sterling. Sterling has called a guardian from Shar, essentially. This is an extension of Shar's divine power, so. Also, Blue, you didn't miss much, but Sterling summoned a guardian of Shar, and people are getting whack-a-mole. Now I have to roll for Gilbert. Also, Blue, you're allowed to talk. You are allowed to commentate.
Typical Sterling behavior.
Actually, yeah, typical Sterling behavior. So Gilbert has to make a dex save. 1d20 plus 4.
Typical Sterling L.
I am going to fucking see you.
Unless you guys like fail, but rooting for you. Haha.
Okay, so Gilbert's only going to take 10 of those. But that still is another blow he does not like taking. Gilbert's not looking the best. He's looking a little bloody. He's looking a little beaten. He's not looking good. And yeah, okay. So that was Sterling's whole turn. It's Gilbert's turn. Gilbert is doing well. Don't know what you're talking about. He's fine. He's fine. He's not only at 21 hit points. He's cool. He's cool. The little black cat isn't about to get his ass beat. It's fine. It's fine. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine.
Press X to adopt. Also, hello there.
So, Gilbert considers Ross an ally. He's not sure about Sunspot at the moment, but Sunspot's also fighting Sterling. So, we're going to say... Yeah, okay. So... he's going to try and make a... Actually, you watch as Gilbert puts away the normally sized battle axe that looks like it would be appropriate for a cat of his size, and he pulls out a great axe instead. And this axe looks like it has a blade bigger than his entire body. So, comically large weapons appears to be a theme with these brothers. It's a shame you haven't seen Bell with his trident. That would actually fit the theme. That would fit the joke. But it's going to be a 1d20 plus 6. So. Does a 13 hit Sterling? It do! And he gets to add sneak attack to that because fuck you! Cane instinct, asshole! So that's 1d12 plus 3 plus 2d6. 1d12.
The one thing Sunspot was trying to spot. Stop.
I
and
mean,
that is
you still have the chance to stop it. It's just a matter of they're just going at puppet
I don't think they want anymore.
Okay, so let's see. And yeah, once per turn we'll use Whales from the Grave, so that's gonna be another 1d6 of necrotic. So 25 damage! Woo! This actually not only rips through Sterling's robe, it actually catches a good chunk of his fur, and he shouts at the sound of that. And I'm going to roll a perception check. Real quick. Don't mind me. This is fine. This is normal. Nothing is wrong. You're good. What is their perception, by the way? Let me double chip it. Okay, so wisdom would be d20 plus 1. Okay. I'll actually go ahead and roll 2, since there was a number of swears and shouts they've already heard by now. Yeah? Okay, cool. They'll enter initiative next round. Cool. So, Gilbert manages a pretty good swing, and he's going to try and move. Bad news is that's going to provoke 2 things. One is an attack of opportunity from Sterling, and the other one is an attack from the Guardian. So, that is 1d20 plus 6. 23 sadly hits, so that is 1d10 plus 2. 8 total damage. Gilbert is not looking snazzy. He's not looking great. That brings him down to, hey, lucky number 13 again! We're seeing that a lot. And he now needs to make another save against the Guardian of Faith. Let me pull that spell up again, just to make sure I got it correct. Yeah, dex save. I'm not saying the thing out loud. I know it jinxes it. I'm hoping. He succeeds! So he only takes 10. Problem. Gilbert looks like he's about to pass out. He is now at a whopping 3 hit points. Gilbert is no longer deciding to move away from the situation because Belle! The cat looks crumpled. But that ends Gilbert's turn. And instead, we see Bill. Now, Bill, normally you think he'd immediately want to get in on this and try to split it up. Or maybe he'd want to antagonize it and attack either one of them. That doesn't immediately seem the case. Not that either of you look, but he still has his paws over his ears, basically pulling on them and trying to tune the fight out. In the back of his mind, the imagery flashes between, of course, fights as an adult, then fights as teens, then fights as kittens. And it was always Belle breaking up the fights. Always Belle breaking up the boys if he didn't join the fight himself, or Sterling trying to break them up and getting dragged into the fight, or Gilbert got into a fight, but then he got hurt too bad, so he cried and Mama scolded them because they fought. But it's usually either Belle instigates the fight, Belle has to split up the fight, or any number of things. And it's just, there's an annoying feeling, Belle's blood is starting to boil, Belle doesn't want to deal with this, he doesn't want to do this, he doesn't want to do this, he doesn't want to deal with this right now. He has important things to deal with, his friends are stuck in a stupid fucking TV. He needs to make a temper save. Wisdom save. Which he actually gets to make with advantage for a not very good reason. A 14 succeeds. Problem is because then he needs to make a different save. Which he does not succeed. Belle is thinking on how he doesn't want to deal with it. He just wants them to stop. Now isn't the time for the fucking bickering. He has things to do. He has places to be. He hates this. He hates this. He hates this. He hates this. And then there's just a flicker in his head. A little roll of static. And his claws stop digging into his head. The fire stops growing on his shoulders, and he glances back toward the vault. As he hears a distant voice. Belle, honey. Belle, you know it's past your curfew, sweetie. Come on. Everyone's waiting on you. And he needs to make a wisdom save with disadvantage. And as you all are caught up in the fighting, you would have to roll perception to see whether you notice Belle walking into the vault.
Oh, dear Christ.
Perception checks, Ross and Sunspot.
I pray to everything under this fucking sun. 14!
Also, thank you for reminding me, I do actually want to roll. Let's see if Belle was anyway decent stealth.
8.
Both of you seem to notice, though it takes Ross a little longer because you've been walloped by a spectral sword. You kind of can't tell whether Belle just doesn't want to deal with the argument and storms off, or if he's walking off. But, yeah, both of you do notice Belle walks into the vault and just leaves the rest of you to deal with the fight.
Hey, no, wait! We're almost done here. I just swear. Ow!
And Sunspot, you are the one that hears it. As you're debating whether to call Belle back or not, or wonder what's going on, you hear it. Scampering sounds. Clicks of feet here and there. Multiple feet. Many feet. And as you're looking
amazing.
around and you're Of course, residual flames are illuminating things. You are seeing movement in the burrows. Something else has joined the initiative.
Oh, fun.
So I have a single question for the group. There is actually supposed to be a bit more after this before we actually cut to the end of the session. However, I know that Kampu needs to go.
Yes, sorry.
And it's okay, Kampu. I don't know if May needs to go early or not. May, do you need to go early?
Hold on, let me double check. Actually, yeah.
I'm kind of tired.
All right. Then, as you notice the many eyes and the movement starting to peer through the burrows, and Bell leaving the situation rather strangely, his tail moving erratically, you realize this is no longer a one-party fight. Unfortunately, the clanging of metal and the sounds of rattling alloys hitting each other appears to have drawn out the creatures that really like metal. We'll get to them, hopefully, next week, if the group actually has the scheduling for that. But if not, next time. In the meantime, I've been Mikey. This has been our lovely group for Codebreakers, and we hope to see you next time.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Have a good time zone.
Bye.